Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Tuesday, December the 30th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses that let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. Thank you, William. I'm going to talk a little bit more quietly today for a bit, okay? Also in YouTube, if you can let me know if you can hear me and see my screen, that'll help me. Thank you very much. So, guys, yeah, quite a bit happening actually. Not in terms of massive pops, but 49%. Thank you very much, Doug Jane in our YouTube room. Thank you very much. AEHL is on the move here. Couldn't find any news on this one. I'm trying to see if there's any news on this one. Yeah, I can't see any right now. I'm just looking at my headlines here. I don't see any news on AEHL. China stock. Yeah, I'm surprised I can't find anything on it. EXO is This is to do with applied APLD. APLD is doing some kind of a deal with EXO, creating an AI. Well, here we go. Applied Digital, so that's APLD, splits cloud arm, forms new AI compute company with EXO. So that's the news for EXO and APLD, both on the move. Both on the move. This is a really low float, 3.3 million in the float for EKSO. Big move. I mean, taking all this out on the daily chart. And let's take a look at APLD. See it here. It must not be up 8%. APLD. Just looking at the float. So yeah, much bigger float, 231 million in the float, APLD. So, but it's a nice move. Next high looking left is around 26.46 on the daily chart. Yeah, thank you, William. So just a momentum mover for AEHL. Silver, guys. Remember, I know I was wanting to see what would happen with silver today. So silver's having sort of, never mind yesterday. Okay. Yesterday was a big profit taking day after being up huge amount over the course of the year. And also in the month of December was up 33% until yesterday. So having a nice rebound though, up 4.8%. So a lot of the silver plays that we looked at yesterday, more than likely are going to be having nice bounces today. CETX. This is an earnings play. Yeah, one of the very, very few earnings plays, guys. Probably to watch because with there's so few earnings plays, and if those of us or those I'm not necessarily zeroing in on earnings plays right now, but those who want to really just concentrate on earnings plays, there's very few of them. And this is one of them, and it's up 36%. So, and a very low float, 7.7 million in the float. Now, somebody's going to have to explain this to me, please. I'm looking at NVDG, which is a two-time NVDA, sorry. So when I saw this, I thought, man, is what's happening to NVIDIA today? I thought it must be down to 5%. It's a two times long. So, and the other one was PLTG. Now, NVIDIA is basically flat. PLTG, where are you? PLTG. So that looks like Palantir is down. This is a two-time. So it looks like Palantir would be down 7%, but they're not. They're both flat. So this is sort of a restructuring of of these ETFs. I'm not sure. I can't explain it because when I look at Palantir, Palantir is basically flat. Okay, but PLTG is down 14%. Unless I'm missing something. Fly, FLYE. Yeah, another one. I just can't find any news. Yeah, I just haven't seen that sort of restructuring for those ones, for those stock specific ETFs. Maybe they've got to do it by the end of the year. But that would have been devastating if you didn't know that and you're holding on to that. So cheap one, guys, still under a dollar. There are a couple under a dollar that I did notice. AMIX, a huge 62%, huge volume, granted European patent on nerve targeted therapies technology. And the other one was JTAI. Let's see if it's still doing something. Yeah, it's come right back down though. It popped up to 86 cents and it's popped right back down. So, but AMIX is still looking interesting, I guess, if it takes out a dollar. Hey, your favorite, William, SMX. Well, they didn't listen to you. No press releases yesterday, I don't think anyway. So here's SMX, closed near the low of the day and moving down more today. Not tradable for me at Interactive Brokers. Is that the news on FLYE? FLYE? Oh, yes, you're right. Well, that was yesterday, but you're right. That was after hours. That was after hours. So that was at 6:21. So regains compliance. Yes, you are absolutely right. Okay. And it wasn't a matter of, well, they must have done a reverse split. Of course they did. Now the other one, NKLR. Where is NKLR? Anywhere here? Let's see it. NKLR. Do not see it here. Okay, so this is up 8.5%. And what I saw this morning was that our pals at Wainwright put a very interesting press release or price target of $25 on this company, NKLR. Who knows why? I guess you'd have to dive in and try to figure out why, but the stock is only at $4.40. Does that mean that they're, yeah, so maybe I know Obi posts this information in the pre-market. Maybe was Fly E's reverse split today, effective today? Dr. MA, this is some guy, well, some guy, the chairman, the chairman of Dr. MA, bought, this is approximate, around 600,000 shares at $2 a share. Okay, so he's put, $1.2 million into it. And that is Dr. MA. Coming into the 200-day moving average, 259 or so is the 200-day moving average. That is Dr. MA. That is the reason, as far as I can see, insider purchase. Chairman Jared Prohl, 612,000 shares at approximately $2.04 a share. So a little over $2 million or $1.2 million. True, TROO, the troops. I do not, I do not see any news on this one today. No news today on it that I can find. Had a nice run though, nice, pretty good weekly run from a dollar up to 277 in about 2 months. SIDU still active, guys. SIDU just heard it, a little pop. Yesterday's high was 338, so it's getting closer to that. I don't think there's any news on it today. They yeah, 410. 410 after the market closed yesterday. They announced they're closing other public offering, 10.8 million shares at $1.50 a share. So way above the financing price. And a lot of you are watching this ASPC, super active stock. Let's see, it got up to what, 30, almost $32. It's pulled back down to 29, a little underneath 30. So very active stock, up 7%. Where did it close at yesterday? I mean, this got up to 56. No, I'm sorry. This was Friday's action. So this was yesterday. So it got up to 36.50 and it closed down here at 27. Friday's action, it got up to almost 56. Look where it closed, down at 23. This is a buyout, guys. I haven't mentioned this one, but this is actually a going private. So I don't know. Classic. Will it be? Yeah, it is a buyout. Okay, to be acquired by Cvent. So they're being bought. So ONTF is being bought, and then there's another one that's going private. FONR. They're going private. FONR trading higher. The company confirmed its take private deal. So that's why I didn't mention these two. They were simply done. Yeah, AISP just popping now. I think Obi might have put that in. AISP just popping now. Big area right here, 315. If it can take out 315, the next high is around 337. And the president of the company bought 100,000 shares at 274 a share. So $274,000 into it, and so it's a little bit above that share price. SOPA just disappeared. SOPA, let's see what's happening with SOPA today. Big day, big 2 days actually. 2 days in a row. I think I had a pressure that set around 351. I think it briefly touched it. Take a look at gold. Gold is lagging silver right now. It's having a bit of a pop. Silver is up about 4%, and gold is up 1.2%. So the precious metal stocks are we're going to have a decent day today. Comeback day. Did see this one. Yeah, this company 374 water. There'll be a reason for the 374. Can't think of it. But SCWO, or is a WDS project from the state of Minnesota. If it can maintain two, well, you know what? There's a little bit of room for this one. Okay, SCWO, a little bit of room. 260 is the next high looking left, so there is some room. I think it's getting there, of course, but there is room. All right, so the market was, yeah, basically everything was down yesterday. So what I want to see how close energy now. XLE still hovering above the 200-day moving average. And consumer staples will still be below. I think that's it. I think that's the only one still underneath. Well, utility stocks were, yeah, you can see it, but moved away a little bit yesterday. Yeah, I don't really have to look at any of the other ones. They're all. I'm intrigued with retail just because, of course, it will really know when the big retailers release earnings in the first quarter, which will tell us how they did last quarter, the holiday season. That will really tell the tale. All right, Saidu, just watching Saidu here. So the high yesterday was 338 SIDU. Bitcoin is, yeah, it's up $800, really doing not too much, sitting around the 88,000 mark. Speaking of Bitcoin, BTTC, oh, I'm sorry, that has nothing to do with Bitcoin. All right, guys, what time is it now? 9:16. So the 14 before I get my 9:30 layout up and running. IMCC, this is sneaking in here. The cannabis play, actively evaluating some strategic opportunities to expand its operations into the U.S. cannabis market. All right. Oh, it's an Israeli company. SIDU continues, guys. SIDU, SIDU, SIDU. Do I see anything in NIO? I don't see NIO anywhere, so it's not a super active stock this morning that I can see anyway. Unless it's under a dollar. No. I mean, it's up 4%. Don't get me wrong. I mean, it's up 4%. It's the top 15 here, so it didn't crack that top 15. Any news on this one? A lot of volume though, but it's a huge float. 1.9 billion in the float, so it's going to take a lot of volume to keep moving it. I don't see any specific reason. I mean, it's a big China EV player, of course. How are the other ones doing? Take a look at XPEV. See if they're all moving. So XPEV is up 3.5% also, and how about LI? LI is up. So LI is not really following. XPEV and NIO though. So XPEV and NIO are about the same in terms of a move. Take a look at China in general, KWEB. Yeah, so the China stocks are, basically flat. So yeah, those two, I don't know. Those two China EV plays are moving, XPEV and NIO. Don't see any specific reason for it. It's this one. I'll have my layout soon. It's a large cap gainers. Okay, and see large cap gainers. It's on my homepage, but you're right. It's the large cap gainers from the start of the race. Oh no, on the new layout. I'm sorry, no. You'll see it. What time is it now? 9:19. In a couple of minutes, I'll get my layout. So on the left-hand side, it's biggest gainers without any restriction of market cap or float. And then the one to the right of it is the large cap gainer. So the one on the left is just a lot more volatile race. You'll get a lot of, you can see some big percentage gains. whereas the one on the right with the large cap, they're still good. They're very good, I think, but you're just not going to see huge percentage moves. Yeah, APLD, more highs, as Obi's pointing out, more new highs, getting close. That high right there is about 26.50. And if it takes that out, 27.75 or so, this is to do. So let's see if they're going to work lockstep. You want to really take advantage. I mean, it's EKSO. This is they're doing some kind of a deal with EKSO and splitting off and creating some kind of a Applied Digital Cloud GPU spin should unlock some significant value. It says Lake Street. Okay. What acquisition are you talking about, William, in terms of Meta? How about if I just type in Meta and see maybe you're telling me buying an AI company for 2 billion? Okay. This is Manus, the Manus deal, Manus, a rocket ship grower in the SMB focused agentic AI. I'm seeing now the agentic. I'm seeing this now a lot. Well, Meta's underneath the 200-day moving average. Interesting. All right, guys. I think what I'll do is I'll get the layout I used at 9:30. So let me first of all, let me just save this layout. Okay, let me just get this arranged. So this is what you're talking about, Ken. So yeah, this is a lot. Now, if you want this to start running right away, I think you can do this. I think you can hit the right arrow. I just have it. Look what it says. It says auto start at time 9:30. I'm not sure if I do this. I'm not sure what happens. But you can start races, whenever you want in the pre-market. So this is the large cap race, and this is just nothing. Well, nothing. When I say nothing, this will be a lot more volatile because I don't have a minimum market cap or float in this. Okay, guys. So from that previous layout that I had the pre-market actives up. These are the top six now. I think I've talked about them all. The XO, the AEHL, CTEC, phone. I've talked about them all. These are two. One is going private, FONR. This is a buyout. This is Wainwright putting a $25. I'm sorry, no. This is the one where the chairman bought around 600,000 shares at $2. This is an earnings play, one of the very few earnings plays today. CETX. We couldn't find any news on this one at all. AEHL. At least I couldn't. Neither could William. See if I can override that. Uh, Bad one to try because there's no data. Yeah, I guess I can. I guess I can override it. I want to start it. But I'm going to stop. Well, I'll let it go. And we're only 9:25 now. Yeah, so there's no reason why if you want to have these, you want to have these, especially this one, this raise. You can have it running in the pre-market if you want. You just have to click the right arrow. This one, there's no data yet. There's actually no stocks meeting their requirements. But you know what? It's not going to work because this is the change from the. Yeah, it's not going to work. So forget it. I hope I haven't screwed it up. I don't think I've screwed it up. I might have to manually start it at 9:30. Fly or Fly E, Obi? I know Fly was a big one yesterday. Fly. Yeah, you're talking Fly. You're talking about aerospace. Yeah, okay. Well, it's got room. I mean, $27 next high looking left. I mean, this was a bad day. Well, this again, this is yesterday's action. I'm sorry. So it got up to 25, closed down here at 23. All right, guys, we've got another 3 minutes or so, a little less than 3 minutes for the 9:30 open. Keep an eye, like your silver plays. I'm going to keep an eye on HYMC. Okay, HYMC. Um, Silver is having, of course, a nice rebound. And HYMC is having a little bit of a rebound. Now, for those of you who are new, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I do try to let things settle down a little bit. Obviously, run the risk of something running away immediately, but I'm prepared for that. Okay, guys, so we have about 40 seconds for the 9:30 open. Nothing new sneaking in here. Yeah, so it looks like some of these space plays are because lunar is not. I keep thinking lunar is a space play, but it is not. All right, guys, we are now open, so I better manually do this. Okay, so race stop, no data. Okay, why? There's no data, so no stocks are meeting the filter requirements yet. I open the top list window. There'd be, well, there are a couple here. Why aren't they showing? There we go. So there's your NIO and your XPAV. We're at the top here. SOPA on the move. SOPA, wow, SOPA on the move is right. We saw that was just over $3. So SOPA's on the move. SOPA on the move. We're going to go over these. No, in fact, well, there's a SOPA. I had a price alert at 351. I think that was yesterday's high. I'm just blasting through that now, blasting through it. Sorry, that is not yesterday's. Yeah, yesterday's high was around 350. Too early for me to do anything though. I mean, it's these things can be, especially with the float, 7 million in the float. Okay, guys, here's one of the very few earnings plays, and this is a CETX, a ton of volume. Okay, so it's got plenty of volume. Now, this is Centrex CETX, a lot of volume. Low float, 7.7 million in the float. Trying to take out three now. Got a little lag in the. Let me just reset the connection a few times. Wow, there's Serve. I was thinking of Serve. The only time I probably would take something within the first 15 minutes might be something from the large cap, but I'm too late now. Just because they're not quite as volatile as these ones. Notice the percentages on this left-hand side. You see here SOPA or CETX now, the earnings play, up 6.5%. Rarely will you see anything in this race up, actually even over 1% would be a big move. Doesn't mean these are bad to trade though. They're just a little more settled. So on a daily chart, if you look at SETA, CETX, the next high looks like around 319. Where did it get to? Got almost right there. That is the next high. If it can take that out, then the next high is 365. So there is some room if this can get back up to that, say, 319 level, 322 actually. Good stall there, though. I'll put a price alert. I'll put a price alert at 319, see if it gets there, number one. Because it would have a little bit of room on a percentage basis to keep going if it wants to. Silver taking a bit of a hit. SLV. I got that thumbnailed. Oh, this is one I took yesterday, I guess, in our simulator. $1,700. So the market, guys, I'm just looking at. Let's take a look at the SPY, the opening 5 minute. Okay, so basically nothing happening. Well, there's a down bar, of course, but and I see we do have FOMC minutes at 2 o'clock. Well, there's the CETX, guys. I didn't take it, but this is ripping. Remember I was saying, one of the very few earnings plays. So if you're into earnings plays, what a lot of traders are, probably a lot more eyeballs on this one. Because there's not too many other earnings plays to take a look at. All right, I see Pony won the first race in the large cap. So the next high looking left is around 1652. So it's very close to that. If it can take that out, yeah, then it's got some room to 16, I guess. That's for the Pony, Pony. Cold. Actually, on a weekly chart, this has some room, guys. $14 on a weekly chart anyway for cold. Okay. So it's interesting, maybe. Real estate. So it's a REIT. Jumbled information here. I want to see what the float is. So the float is, yeah, it's a big float, 284 million in the float, which makes sense. I mean, it's in here. So, ooh, William Rare is having a nice rebound now. This was the one that got hammered down yesterday. Didn't really rebound much, but it's definitely trying to rebound today. This was a late stage failure, but they do have other drugs in the pipeline. So this is Rare, Rare. So AEHL, we could not find any news on it. Just volume mover, really moving. Next high looking left is around 209. If it can take that out, 236 on the daily chart, AEHL. Very low float, China low float stock. That's too bad. The serve showed up here, showing up here in the large cap movers, showing up here just in the oh, this is more of a volatile mover. There's that XPAV. I did not see any news. Chinese automakers outpaced Japan in global auto sales. So that, but I didn't see that. Let's see if LI is catching up. It was basically flat when these other two were up about 4%. Yeah, so this is starting to move. Getting a little bit closer to what the other two are doing. XPAV and Nile. That is LI. There's the Fly E getting to the top here. FLYE underneath the VWAP, well underneath the VWAP. So stick around at about 10 o'clock. So in about 20 minutes from now, I'm going to go over the concept of the races plus all the other information you can have from my homepage. I have other scans that I'm sharing. Okay, and I'm going to go over the concept of racing, how it automatically builds a top 10 list for you of stocks that you can follow all day long. Ooh, Fermi, FRMI. What is the next high? Whoa, there's room, I think. 825 is the next high on the, and if it takes that out, 870. So I'm going to put a, it's almost there. Put a price limit around 825, just to see if it gets there. Okay, because there is room on the daily chart for this one to move if it wants to. It's not a low float. Quarter of a billion in the float, not a low float. All right, so CETX is the next high looking back. It's got some room. Okay, it's also, I can see that it's an AI play from us. 322 is that high, so it's right there. 321, that high right there is 322, so it's right there. And if we can pop through that with any force, the next high is, I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but the next high on the daily chart is 360. Looking good, guys, not bad. CETX over the VWAP. CETX, guys, looking nice, nice, nice. All right, you can see it's leading this race right here. SLS was a big one from yesterday. SLS was a big one. SELLAS Life Sciences Group closed nicely. I mean, it got up to what, 330, 340 or so, closed at 336. Continuation today. Not sure if there's any news on this one today. Low float. Actually, it's not a low float. 141 million in the float, so it's not a low float situation. Let's see if rare is starting to settle down a little bit. Is this forming? Well, not really. It is still nice rebound today for rare. I have HYMC thumbnail. I looked at it. Big couple of big down candles. Took a look at my thumbnail for silver, SLV, same sort of thing. So silver is come on. Yeah, getting a little bit of chart lag here. Just give me a moment. I may be hung up. I'm on a development version, guys. So good. I'm not hung up. Okay, so yeah, so it is. It was almost up 5%, so it's only up 3.5% now. The silver ETF. AISP guys, let's see, AISP is a little bit of a obviously on a monthly chart, it has a ton of room. Let's take a look on the daily chart. Next high is too close. Too close for me anyway. 337. It's at 325 now. Too close. Even if it took that out, then there's another high around 340. So for me, doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but for me, when I look at a daily chart for AISP, just too close. The next highs. Listen, I may just rip right through that with that sort of a float, 22 million in the float. So the market is, yeah, this is stuck. Okay. Give me a moment. It was you, wasn't it, Trading Ram? I thought it was you. You were the one who wanted to take a whole whack of shares of that OCG. Shoot, I should have got the LI. This thing is was sort of lagging the NIO and the XPEV. Well, maybe some of you did. Okay, Fermi guys. So I put a price alert in this area because it looking left now, it's got some room to 874. Let's see if it holds this area well. I mean, you're sort of chasing it right now, but let's see if it even has any sort of a pullback. I'm talking about the FRMI. Now it's interesting. I'm not sure how to read this. It looks like it said that shares tanked 33% amid first tenant contract termination. I don't know that news. That is, excuse me, that is today's news. I don't know if that means it tanked in the pre-market and that, but it's come back. Certainly is not tanking now. Interesting. We've had no halts or zooms today yet. That's very strange. Because I haven't. Well, so much for the chairman buying $1.2 million at $2. 600,000 shares at $2. DRMA. It's basically flip or going back down to the his price. XPAV Yeah, boy, XPAV and NIO. Whoa, look at the market, guys. Something put a charge into the market. Look at that. Something put a charge into the market. I put some of the economic indicators. Let's see if there's anything. And I know at 2 o'clock there's the FOMC minutes, but let's see. At what time are we now? 9:50. So at nine, we had the S&P Case Shiller Home Price MOM October at 9:45. We have the Chicago PMI at 10:30. I'm sorry. You know what? I'm reading this wrong. Chicago PMI was at 9:45. Okay, so maybe that popped the market. Just looking here, yeah. So the price, the time is on top. So maybe the Chicago PMI popped the market. Yeah, 9:45. Yeah, I read it wrong. So that must have popped the market, whatever the numbers that came in, because there's the 9:45 bar right there. Boy, rare. What a nice, solid move. Just hardly any pullbacks at all for rare. Genie. Let's see if this one's got some life in it. Okay, Genie. The high left, looking left, is too close. Too bad. High looking left on the monthly chart is 1152. That's pretty close to the 1123. So it's too close for me. Look at the daily chart. Yeah, the same thing. 1137. Just too close. Too bad. It looks like it could have been pretty interesting, I think. But I just look left and I see the next highs are too close for me to take it. Yeah, this is not short of, sorry, not shortable for me, DRMA at Interactive Brokers. Showing up on the gap up and reversal scan, but not shortable for me. All right, let's see. How about Pony? Is Pony resting a bit? Big pullback actually underneath the VWAP. So usually rare is in this one also. It's not often that you're going to see the same like a large cap stock in here in this race here. Now there's Redwire. Did see this in the pre-market. Redwire, RDW. Same thing though, guys. Looking left, the next high 685. Too close to that. We're at 760. So for me, it's just too close. I'm always looking left to see how much room can a stock move until it hits the next high. If I can't see it on the daily chart, then I look on the weekly. If I can't see it on the weekly, then I look on the monthly. I need room. There is a discount, Olive. Yeah, just give me a moment. And welcome, by the way, to the first day in the trading room. Welcome, Olive. Just give me a moment. It's 9:55. I think I might as well go over my homepage right now. Usually do it around 10 o'clock anyway, so I'll go over my homepage right now. Give me a moment as I get the links in. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, my homepage is what you're going to see. So at the very top here, so if you want to take out a monthly subscription, you can get 25% off, okay? Doesn't matter whether it's a premium or a standard subscription. You can get 25% off. For those of you who are willing to take out a premium annual subscription, you can get 28% off. But you got to be pretty committed to it. You got to know the program. Do not do this unless you know the program. Okay, you can always start off with a monthly, and always later on, if you want to take on an annual, and always look. We can always probably get you a pretty good deal. So, but Olive, so you can get 25% off the first month only of a standard or premium subscription. Okay. And all I ask, if you do take out a subscription, not just you, Olive, but anybody listening, please use my code. It really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room, as I call it. For those of you in YouTube that don't know, there's another room, trading. It's called the trading room. It's free also, just a lot more activity in the room. There are more traders in the room, more interaction amongst traders. So if you're looking for something like that, you can come into the trading room. You can stay in YouTube if you want. I think YouTubers just like, if you just want to listen to me and see my screen, that's fine. But if you're looking for a little more interaction, come into the main room right here. It's free. And this room, the trading room, is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Obi does that in the I open YouTube around 8:30, and I get on the mic at around 9 o'clock for both rooms. And why don't I open the room at 6:45? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early for me at 3:45 in the morning. So thank you, Obi, for opening the main room at 6:45. And I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I'll always stay later if you have questions for me. But even when I leave in the trading room, this room here, William usually keeps the room open later. It's up to him. Doesn't have to, but most of the time he does keep the room open, usually till about 3:45. I'll find out today what he wants to do. I do have to shut down YouTube completely, though. So when I leave, I have to shut down YouTube, but you can always come into the trading room and there's still action in there. Now, first thing to do, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section right here. And the first thing to do, getting started with Trade Ideas. There are 12 short videos that'll get you started. You must do that, mandatory. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the program, I would start off with the second video and go to the last one. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you want to try, at least for a month. Okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you, a free series of videos, 15 of them, designed for those of you who are new to trading. The last, if you're looking for scans and things like that I have, wait, before I do that, I always forget to do this. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll till you see this to keep it simple, get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it. Before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder, okay? Trade of the week is usually designed for longer term holds, but how you trade it, if you trade it, completely up to you. You'll get an email, it'll give you a suggested entry, suggested stop. But again, how you trade it, if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you're looking for my scans or my info, they're not all scans, but let's take a look. Go to the scan section, view the scans. So what you can see, biggest large cap gainers is right here. Large cap gainers is here. Biggest gainers, which has nothing to do with the market cap, it's wide open. That's why you can see some big percentage moves here. Okay. Two races. I'm going to go over the races, the concept. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. Here we go. Halts resume. So we now have some halts resumes. ASBC and on the way up at tell. And the gap continuation or reversal, momentum, and Pepe combo scan. I do have this one up and running. It's on one of my other monitors. I don't have the other two, momentum and the Pepe combo scan, but you can take a look at them. If you have any questions about any of the scans, just let me know. It's a trading room, but it's also a support room. So you can ask me questions all day long. Really helps to keep me interested. This is a big one from yesterday, guys. GLSI, big one from yesterday. Beautiful. Whoops. Actually, not as beautiful. It got up to 30.84, but it closed down here at 24. That's a big pullback. But it's doing its thing again today, up 14%. All right, I'm looking. I want to see this trip. Just over 14, just over the whole number. Next high on a monthly chart, lots of room there. And shoot, there's not enough room. Look at this daily chart. I mean, look left. All these areas it could stall. Oh man, I wish the next high was like 1471. I'd be all over this one. You know, I love the stocks that just over the whole number, and but this doesn't have enough room for me to take it. It could stall any one of these little areas. It's not 100% it's going to stall, but that's just the way I look at things. So, okay, not shortable for me, so this not going to help me, but I mean, if you're in this one, FLYE, there's the VWAP right there, 755 or so. Okay, so it has come into the VWAP area. Will that act as resistance? Yeah, this is a buyout. It's showing up on another scan, but this is a buyout. You can tell it's flatlining right across. That is a buyout. All right, guys, let's go over this race right here. Just so the concept of racing, I think it's pretty good for new traders because you can see what happens. It develops a top 10 list for you. Eventually, there will be 10 stocks here. Okay, eventually, made up of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. You can see that AEHL has won 3 races. That's what the number beside the stock means. And you can see it's leading this race. So what does that mean by leading the race? So before I keep going, if you click on my homepage link and go down to the education section right here, click on the more info, and right at the top here is the user guide. Click on the user guide. You don't have to learn everything that's in the user guide, but I'm going to go over this racing, and there's a great section all about racing. How you can create your own race with your own set of parameters, okay? Obviously, I'm using what I want to see, the parameters I want to see, but it doesn't have to be what you want to see. So this is how you can create your own race from scratch. But let me show you this. So the first thing to note is that I'm running 4-minute races. Again, customizable. You want to change that? Do a 5-minute race, a 3-minute race, a 10-minute race, up to you. Okay, I've chose 4 minutes. Nothing magical about it. I just chose 4 minutes. So I'm 2.5 minutes into this race. So what does this mean? 1.9% SLS since the start of the race. This has moved the most percentage wise. It's only 7 cents, but that and remember we saw some other stock was at the high at the top here, but it got supplanted. It's like any other race though. I mean, there's going to be a jockeying for position at the top, and when the race is over, there will be a winner, and that's how this top 10 list or 10 stock list is formed. So there's 50 cents, 50 seconds, 46 seconds left in this race. And again, so SLS is still leading right now. Did it win a race before? No, it did not. Remember, AHL was at the top and it disappeared. So, a couple of things. You don't have to wait for a race to be over for you to click on a symbol. Okay. You see anything, in fact, you see anything in here, click on it. It might be just starting out, especially at the beginning of the day. People are always asking, how can I catch something at the beginning of the day that might be starting to move? Doesn't mean now, yeah, I know AISP is up 16%, but I'm going to show you how you can maybe catch things at the beginning before they've made the big move. So 4 seconds left. So it looks like SLS is going to hold on to the top position, and it did. So now it gets added. So now there are 7 stocks. Okay. Eventually there will be 10 stocks here. The other thing to do is just click on any stock that won a race before. Just click on it. See what's happening with it. AEHL. Just click on it and see what's happening. Sometimes the stock doesn't have to be at the high of the day. Sometimes the stock could have pulled back and then it starts to move. And then, it could show up on the race. Maybe it's pulled back into an area that you like. Here's the VWAP, the purple line on my chart. That is the VWAP. Maybe you've got some moving averages on your chart and you see the stock pulling into it. And, maybe it's going to act as support. So this is good, to find pullbacks. You don't know if it's a pullback until you click on it. It could be, here's another one. Look at NKLR pulling back. Maybe the VWAP holds it. Yeah. Do you have the cloud link for it, or do you just took a screenshot somewhere? It's hard for me to know. I mean, this is just the running up alerts. Okay, that's your trigger, I guess. It's hard for me. It's hard for me to see it too. Where did you get that screenshot from? Yeah, I'm not sure. He has one there that relative volume 5 minute percent. I don't know if we have that. It's hard for me to see it. And change from close is easy. The short interest is easy. The gap percent is easy. Relative volume, float volume. Well. I mean, it's pretty simple. I mean, there's nothing. I don't know what the trigger is though. I don't know if it's the running up. Let me take a look at it, okay, Jay Vila, or Jay Villa. Let me take a look at it. Just let me keep going on this, and I'll try to take a harder look at it. Okay. So in the races, the question should be, well, why are these stocks showing up? Well, the first thing is that all races start from what we call a top list window. Okay, so if I right click on this race, open the top list. Okay, so this is the list of stocks that the race is based on. Okay. Now, before we had races, how a person will use the top list window, you might say, okay, show me the stocks that are up the most today. Show me the stocks that are down the most today, up the most in the last 5 minutes, down the most in the last 5 minutes, basically sorting stocks and you rank them. So right now, if I just ordered on the C percent, which is a change from yesterday's close, AEHL is up 92%, CETX 47%, etc. Okay, so that's, and notice if I right click on this, launch real-time stock price. So hopefully this is starting to make sense. You can create your own top list with your own set of parameters. This is what I'm using in here. I right click and click on configure and the summary. So as long as the stock is between $1 and $50, volume has to be at least 500,000 shares, and it's up 2% from yesterday's close, it'll show up in this list of stocks. So that's number one. So what if, these are the ones that are right at the very top, and you're going to see these stocks probably near the top of a race most of the day because these are the ones that are lots and lots of interest, lots of volume, etc. What if saw Genie earlier? Okay, GENY or GENI. It's up 3%. But what if all of a sudden, for some reason, Genies just started to make a move? It was up 3%, 4%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. You would see it here. Okay, you would see it as it's moving up. So that's the beauty of the race, because otherwise, how are you going to stare at a list of stocks to see which one is starting to move? And why would you want to do that? Okay, so that's the beauty of the race. It basically, and that's why I was saying it can show you stocks that are maybe haven't moved that much yet, but they're just starting to make a move. That's why if you see something in the race, click on it, see what's happening. Okay, so hopefully it makes sense. You can create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. In other words, maybe you want a different price range. You want to create a different price range or add filters in here. You can actually create a symbol list or a watch list of the stocks you want to follow all day long and attach it to your top list window and run a race just based on those stocks. So it's very flexible and it's all in the guide, okay? In the stocks, in the TI stock racing section. And so this race is a little bit different only because if you look at, first of all, you're not going to see very many symbols. Look at that, only one symbol right now. Remember, this one was full. You're only going to see, right, well, you're not usually going to see a lot of symbols in here because of a couple things. If I right click, now I look at the filters I've added. This time in here, the market cap has to be at least 500 million. It has to have a minimum of 50 million in the float, but also it's got to be near the high of the day. That's what I want to see in here. So that's consequently, you're not going to see usually a big list of stocks. But when we get into earnings season, that will be a big list. But right now, I have a very restrictive set of filters, which is not showing too many stocks, which is fine for me. I don't mind. But you might look at that and go, and it's going to change. I mean, obviously Zeta and Trip right now, but there could be other stock. This could drop off. 4 other stocks come in as long as they meet the filter requirements. So it's not like these are the only stocks all day long now. So if you have any questions about the concept of racing, just let me know. Why I think it's it's interesting because it just creates a watch list for you, and automatically creates a watch list for you of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So it gives you something to really focus on. If I were new to trading, if I were new to trading, I would probably look at this race. Okay, this race more than this race, just because this race will give you the biggest percentage moves, but with that comes volatility. It can be rather jumpy. I'm not saying these aren't jumpy at all, but they're less volatile, that's all. So if you're new to trading, yeah, we're back in that market, aren't we? Boom, boom. All right, now let's see if I can help, JV. So first of all, you are a subscriber. Okay, first of all, before have you gone through the videos? Okay, because this looks like it's an alert window. Okay, it's not. He's got a slightly different set of filters, but it looks like it's an alert window. Are you getting real time? Is that the idea? Getting real time alerts? You see, it's hard for me to. I mean, he probably there's probably a price range in here that you want. I'm looking right now. I mean, looks some of the volumes are very low, like 23,000, very low. Oh, that's million. I'm sorry, that is million. That's million. Okay. See, it's hard for me to read this. So, okay, have you done this at least? You probably have a decent idea about what trade ideas can do, but you would probably start off with an alert window. Okay, new alert window, and start from scratch. But don't worry about this. Didn't start from scratch. Load the settings. Thank you. Okay, now, yeah, no, I don't. Okay, so it's gonna show you all this stuff. Don't worry about this. Okay, but what you want to do now? It looks like. I mean, the columns he's got, or you've got here. It's so hard for me to read this. I'm sorry. Okay, well, he's got time. Okay, we don't have news. Okay, symbol news. Okay, we don't have news at all. Price, of course, we do. Kind of get the columns that he's got. Float, relative volume. This is all we've gone for relative volume. We don't have like relative volume in 5 minutes or whatever. The gap percent. Okay, gap. Short interest. Okay. Oh, good. Okay. Yeah. Just ask me questions. I mean, I know it can be overwhelming. I'm talking to AM in our YouTube room. So there's a start of it. Okay. And it looks like he's using the running up, the running up now. I don't know if it's hard for me to know exactly, but I'll use that. But now what you want to do is, what's your price range, that you're interested in, minimum volume, things like that, to start to fill it out. Otherwise, you'll get inundated with alerts. I mean, let me start. Okay, let's go $1 to $50. Change from the close. Well, if you want the gap, if the first print of the day, up, say, I don't know, 4%. I mean, I'm just making numbers up. Let's make the volume 400K, relative volume 3. I mean, I'm making numbers up. You can always adjust. Make the float. I don't know if you want a maximum float, 20 million. Okay. I mean, I can't tell, of course, what's in that, what the numbers are. So you can see right now, we add the alert running up, get rid of that heartbeat. So you see how I'm building this now? So running up, so the stock is between $1 and $50. Current volume is 3. Volume today is 400,000, up 4% from yesterday's close. The stock is value, the float is no more than 20 million. I mean, there's a start. Okay. And you can always obviously make some adjustments to this. So you can add filters in that you might, if you have any trading experience at all. But let me I'll give it a name. I'll call it Villa. Okay. And then, so here's a link that should get you started. Okay. And then you can tweak it. If you're not getting what you're looking for, you can tweak it a bit, change the volume, change the price range, change other things. You're getting too many alerts. Okay. Oh my goodness. So EXO, too bad I lost sight of this one. So AM Sing in our YouTube room. Yeah. I mean, you could look. I think the problem that a lot of people have with trade ideas is you look at the user guide, and there's a ton of stuff in there. And I think people think, man, I got to learn all that. You don't have to. You don't have to learn all of these different. Number one, you don't have to learn. These are all these icons represent real-time alerts, okay? And there are a ton of them, okay? And then when we get down to here, these filters are or these icons are all the filters that we've got. And there are so many of them. And if you look at this for the first time, you think, man, I can't, how am I going to learn this? You have to think of it this way. First of all, it's like any other software program. It's a big manual, but most software programs do not make you learn absolutely everything in that manual. I always use MS Word as an example. I mean, look at the manual for MS Word, but most people, all they care about is, okay, how do I type on the screen? How do I save it? Maybe change the font, maybe print it, right? I mean, most people just have very basic needs. It can be the same with trade ideas. You know, the only reason there are so many of these different real-time alerts and all those filters is that when the company started, in 2003, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to get a lot of these different real-time alerts and all those different filters so that if you had any trading experience, you could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for. Okay. So that's why there's so many. Personally, I've only used, I mean, I've scrolled down through some of these. Some of these I have no idea what they mean. Okay, doesn't really matter to me. I don't know what offer stepping. I mean, I can look it up. Offer stepping down. I can get on the help, but it doesn't interest me. It's not part of my trading style. I have a pretty basic trading style, but your trading style may be very different. Maybe you need something a little more advanced. So so that's why, when people look at it for the first time, you think, man, how am I supposed to do all this? The only thing I would say is that if you haven't taken a look at the videos, okay, the 12 short videos to get you started, you really have to do that first. So you have an idea about what trade it is all about, and what is an alert window? What is a top list window? Good to hear, Hans. So I've been let's see. Well, I've missed the boat on too bad. I missed the boat on the EXO. So, again, it depends on your trading experience. But look at GLSI. I mean, it showed up probably. I'm not sure it showed up here, but it showed up certainly on the gap scanner. And look what it did. It pulled into the VWAP. Remember now, Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it generates ideas. If you have no trading experience whatsoever, it's probably not going to help you. Okay, you have to have some trading experience. That's why we have a simulator where you can practice trading. So look what happened with the GLSI. You see it pulled right back into the VWAP a couple of times in the 2 minute, one time on the 5, that purple line, that's the VWAP. And so far anyway, looks like the VWAP is acting as support. You have no idea what I'm talking about. Like what's the VWAP? What does he mean by support? Then you really have to practice trading. But this is why this is kind of nice because now this just creates a list of stocks for you to follow all day long. Different times, let's take a look at SLS. Is it setting up? Well, it's making another new little pop here, out of a little bit of consolidation. It could be interesting to take as a trade. I wouldn't personally because it's too close to the whole number, but some of you don't care. The other thing to make sure you do is if you take anything from me or you create a scan on your own and you have it on your monitor, make sure you save it to the cloud. Okay. So for instance, let's say you loaded this one from me, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, and you're seeing it, it's on your screen. Right click, save or share to cloud, save. Now it's in your cloud. Why? Because if you accidentally click on the X, and you say, "Oh my gosh, what have I done with it?" Well, it's in your cloud. You just bring it back from the cloud, file, load from cloud. If you're just starting out, you would see it, very, very quickly. Okay, so it's a great way in case you make a mistake and you X out, like you delete a scan or delete a whole layout. No problem, as long as you saved it to the cloud. And with that in mind, with the layout, let's say you've got a few scans, maybe you've got a raise, you've created some charts, and you've got a layout that you like, that you maybe want to see every single day when you load trade ideas. Simple. File, save or share to cloud, and you see where it says entire layout. You just click on that, give it a name. My layout, my first layout, my whatever name makes sense to you, and save it. Now it's in your cloud in case you accidentally delete your layout. The other reason to do that is you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas up and running one device at a time. But let's say you bought a new laptop. Well, you buy your laptop, you set it all up, you download a program, and then trade ideas and file load from cloud. Okay. So you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Big miss. So how's APLD doing? Because this is the company that they're working with. Interesting. It's interesting. So applied. This is the news on it. So apply digital business and combine it with Exo Bionics to form Chronoscale. Okay, and that's the tie-in with Exo. Exo is ripping, ripping, whereas applied is not. I mean, it was, but it's not anymore. It's starting to fail. Okay, take a look at Rare now, guys. So Rare got clobbered yesterday, late stage failure of their drug. Okay, so I mean, this was a stock on Friday. It closed at $34, went down to 18. It's had a little bit of a pop. However, look what's happening? Maybe the pop is over. It's sitting right on the VWAP. Maybe if it takes up the VWAP, this might turn into a nice little short. Ugh. See what's happening, guys. I do have my gap continuation scan on my other monitor. Here's the XO just over and over and over again. The first alert was at 889. So there's a dollar move from there. I just kind of missed it. And it just can, oh my goodness, it just kept making a new high, just booming higher. Ah. Well, if you're in this one, that red line right there, that red line is the next high on a daily chart looking left. If I expanded that daily chart, in fact, it would be this month. It would be the month of January this year. Okay. There was some daily high in that month. So, John, in our YouTube room, so saying currently positioned long on CETX, AISP. So that is because you're looking at our AI, right? How you trade the AI will be completely up to you. Okay, you don't have to get in the trade right at the very second of the alert. I never would do that personally. I would always want to click on the alert, see what's happening on the chart. You hear me say all the time. I'm not saying, well, the AISP, for instance, I wouldn't take it because it was too close to the next highs. Looking left, personally, I would not take that. Okay, doesn't mean it was going to be blocked because of those highs, but that's why I wouldn't take that trade. But again, I'm not trying to dissuade you from taking trades or anybody else. That's just the way I look at things. I won't take it. I always look left, and if I see it, if I'm looking at something and the next high depends on the price of the stock, of course, and then but what I deem is too close where it could stall, I won't take the trade. So these are more okay. So these are more intraday trades. Okay, but John, I mean, if it closed well, closing well for me would mean, what if it closed near the high of the day and you're still in it and you look left on the daily chart or the weekly and you saw, wow, it still has room to run, you make up your own mind if you want to hold it. Okay. I think trade wave is a great way to follow. Okay. The trade wave is a great way to follow. It gives you an idea, maybe a bit of a clue on how long you can hold a stock, when maybe you should start taking some profit. It takes a while. I mean, I have a way in which I use TradeWave. It keeps me in trades a lot longer than I ever used to. But you notice with the AI, there are no targets. Okay, so there's no if the trade is still working, you would be in the trade. You would just keep in the trade if it's still working. What does working mean? Well, again, if you follow the trade wave, and you know, so AISP now it's a bad example because the alert was up here, but what if it was down here, 286, and you're following, following, following. The minute this happens, this is what I like to do. You see if what I'm pointing at, that bar that it's below, I would be taking some off right here, okay, if I were down in this area, because all of a sudden, the bar has poked its way down below the low of the wave. But I wouldn't take everything off, not necessarily everything off. I would hold on to see whether or not the wave still maintained blue. In this case, it did. But that's how I use it, John. I mean, there's no video on this. This is what I kind of have seen. I like to see stocks really uh, keeping in touch with the top of the wave if I'm long. In other words, the bottom of the bar is keeping in touch with the top of the wave. Doesn't get too parabolic away. How to get a car race? Well, it's not car racing anymore. Well, okay. The old days, I know it was a little car icon. How to get one? Well, you want mine, number one. Okay, so if you go to my homepage link, you click on my homepage link and scroll down a bit until you see this section right here, the scans. So here are the two races, okay? Large cap gainers is here, and the biggest gainers is here, okay? These are two different races. You can have them both. You can take one or the other. You're looking for a little more action in terms of volatile moves. This one, but it's going to be definitely more volatile than these stocks right here. You're not going to see Intel here, okay? It doesn't mean these are bad to trade. So, do you know how to take when you see the links here? Do you know how to get them onto your monitor? And anybody else listening to this, okay? Let me just do it because I mean that can be sometimes it can be a bit of a challenge. People see, well, great, I see your links, but how do I get them onto my screen? So let's just say you wanted the biggest the large cap gainers. You click on Open Scan, and the link will be right there. You see, there is the link for it right there. It depends on your browser setup. It may have gone into a new tab, but there's the link right there. And I'm just going to highlight it, left click, and I'm going to drag, drag, drag. So now it's highlighted. Now I'm going to copy it on my keyboard, Control C. So now this is copied. The link is copied. And now I'm going to go back up to File, Load from Cloud. Basically, by doing all this, it's in the cloud. Now I want to file Load from Cloud. If you've done it correctly, see this box right there? See how it ends in B3? See that B3 right there? So if you've done it correctly, first of all, the box will be filled out, and with that string. Then you just load it. Now it's on your screen. Okay. Now, and your race will start from when you load this. Okay. So right now it's 10:39 a.m. Eastern time. You're not going to get all these that happened for me because I started my race at 9:30. So you will start generating your list starting now. Okay. Now, you want to make adjustments to it. For instance, maybe some quick adjustments. Maybe you want a different time frame. I'm running a 4-minute race, so you would click the square. It's all in the user guide, okay? You click the square, and that stops the race, and then you right-click and show the race setup, and you can see right there, minutes to run, 4. You can change it to whatever time frame you want. Auto start at time. What I've done here, I don't want to start this race until 9:30. But if you want to start the race the minute you load trade ideas, maybe you're loading it in the pre-market, then you say click auto start unload, loading trade ideas, things like that. Okay. And again, remember, every race starts from a top list window. So this is the top list window this race is based on. Not too many stocks are in here right now, but it will change. Like it's not that Omer and Outs, that's it for the day. You'll get different stocks all day long. But you can create your own race based on your set of parameters. It always starts from a top list window. Your own set of parameters, meaning, maybe here's your price range that you might like, your minimum volume that you want, the filters that you want to use, in other words. And then once you've got those filters in place, I can't tell you what they're going to be. And I'm not just talking to you, Ram, anybody listening to me. I can't tell you what you should be looking at. Only you can determine that. You should have a price range that you're set that you'd like to see, minimum volume, things like that. And once you do that, then you right click and you launch the stock race from it. All that is in the guide, okay? Under TI stock racing. So to answer your question, John, a little bit, if you took an AI trade and it was working, then I would be following the wave, okay? But for those of you who don't know what I'm talking about with the wave, if you don't, the wave is part of our standard service, okay? You see this cloud wave, this blue right there, part of our standard service. Um, I would take a look at it as part of the standard service. I have found it really helps me to keep in a trade way longer than I ever used to. If you want to know how to get it onto your chart, just let me know. All right, guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts right now. I see this is a short idea from our AI. I don't have shorts available for AEHL at Interactive Brokers. So look what's happening with Rare. Last time we looked, Rare was just sitting on that VWAP. It's still sitting. Will that act as support? Okay, it's come into it. It looks like it's trying to act as support right now. But what I'm going to do is put a price alert underneath here because remember, for all the reasons that got hammered down yesterday, they're still in place. It's not like they've been removed from a phase 3 failure. So John Faruna, did that make sense? 1992, that kind of makes sense, but hopefully you heard me. Yeah, I mean, C-checks is a challenge because I mean it's very choppy. It's very choppy. Hard to follow the wave in something like this, but it's just a very choppy. See, this is an example of a pretty decent looking wave on a 2-minute chart, okay? Especially from here on. I love it when the wave is narrow because when it expands, it means that it's getting a little parabolic, which is fine if you're down here. If you're in this, oxy down here at 4064 and it starts to really expand, I mean, you love it because you're in it. But if you were in it here and then all of a sudden, it starts to get a little parabolic, the way I look at it is that you're going to get people looking at that and going, I better take some profit perhaps. It's going to be a little parabolic. Whereas, here where the wave is really kind of narrow and the bottom of the bar is still keeping in touch with the top of the wave, it just makes it a little less volatile and easier to keep in the trade, in my opinion. Okay. Okay, Zeta. Now this could be interesting for me. Why? Because it's just over the whole number. Ah, look at the monthly chart right there. 2176. That's got some room. Daily's got some room. But it's the weekly. Look at the weekly chart, 2156. So it's too close for me. If the next high had been up here around 22, I would have been probably definitely more inclined to take this trade. But unfortunately, for me, the next high is too close. Doesn't mean it's going to stall there, but I'm pretty picky about what I like. So ABVX, okay, ABVX. So my guess is that you're going to play a bounce on this one, right? Or have you already done that, William? Ah, okay. What a run it's been on. Holy smokes. Are you kidding me? I sort of remember this one. Look at the float. The float is, I mean, it's not super high, but it's not super low. So this stock was in July. This was a $6 to $7 stock. So obviously, I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe good. And then William is saying that this guy Adam F, who really follows these bios, saying it, in his opinion, it doesn't look like it's going to be acquired anytime soon, which I guess is maybe the reason for the big pop. Maybe not the initial pop, but boy, that what a move. Shoot, not again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, AEKSO, not shortable for me. Okay, Omer was a big one yesterday. I remember seeing this one a lot. Omer, OMER. But look at, well, it's got some room actually. 1770 is the next high in the daily chart. So let's take a look at this one. But it's a little bit parabolic. Shoot, just a little bit parabolic. I wish I'd seen it right around here on that pullback into 17. And I mean, it may still go, but the next time, I mean, it's got room. 1770 from 1730, not bad. Of course, I'm not going to say nobody's saying it's going to get there. So I use, so John, and it's a good question. I mean, you can get, uh, I haven't seen that term before. Signal bombardment. I always talk about you click like mad all day long and get nothing done. Um, yeah. So I mean, the AI, of course, gives you a list of stocks that you can just follow all day long. The way I'd be also, if you're not looking at it like this is all I would look at. Okay, this window right here. So I don't know how you're following the AI alerts today or in general. This is the only window I would look at. I would not go to the channel. You talk about signal bombardment, keep it really simple. So do you know how to get this? Just this. Because the next thing I want to draw your attention to is the reentry. So let me know if you know how to get that and then the reentry. Because the reentry can be really, really good. Okay, of something just to follow all day long. You're not going to get too many of them. I'll explain how you get a reentry. So Faith, do you have our you're a premium subscriber? It's part of the premium. Okay. So to get this window here, okay, if you click on new from the toolbar, and then down here, I'm on a development version, so this is why I have all this other stuff underneath. But the middle one that we have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, when you do that, this is the window that something like this will pop up. Number one. Okay, so that's number one. Number two, more than likely, in this little filter section, it could have profitable trades checked. Uncheck it. Uncheck it. If it's not checked, fine. If it says none in this box, then just leave it alone. Okay. But if it says profitable trades, uncheck it. And I'll show you why. Because use this like a watch list all day long. Just because the AI gives you an alert at a certain price. I mean, it could set up differently, maybe underneath. Okay, maybe it's a little early, and that's where the reentry can help. So if you don't have these reentry price, time, and you want to have to stop, definitely have the reentry price, and I would also have the time column. Okay, and all you have to do is go into the body, right click in the body, go down to columns, and scroll down. It's in alphabetical order, and make sure you add the reentry price, and add the stop price if you want, maybe a new stop price, and the time. How to do it? Just left click on it so it gets highlighted, and then you have an arrow, left arrow it over, so it'll show up here in this in the columns. Okay, so you do that for the three of them, and then you have them. So what does it mean? So CETX, we had an alert at 317. Now from that alert at 940, it actually worked out pretty nicely. But look what happened. It actually hit the stop at 307. Okay, later on. So you could have made money early on this one. But if a stock hits the stop and then comes halfway between the original alert price and the stop, in this case it is 312, you will get a reentry price. Okay? So let's say, for instance, maybe you missed it the first time, or maybe you did take it and you made some money and now you're out of it, but now you can get back in it. Or you did take it, you got stopped out, but now you can get back in it. Some just wait for a reentry. Notice that not everyone has a reentry because the stock has to hit the stop and then come halfway between the original alert price and the stop. Again, 312 is halfway between 317 and 307. Okay. And then again, some just wait for that. You know, some days you may not get any because the stock has to hit the stop at some point and then halfway back. Sometimes you won't get any. Yeah, you just have to. Question is how to reorder. So if you left click and hold, left click on, say I want to do status, trade status. Okay. Left click and hold it and then start to drag it. Okay. Hopefully you can see the little dotted line, rectangular dotted line moving around. And then wherever you want it, you just release it. Okay. And the reason why you want to uncheck the profitable, because you wouldn't see, you wouldn't necessarily, now it's profitable right now, but at 312 you would not see it because at 312 was not profitable because the entry was the alert was at 317. So it would have been underneath. So that's why you uncheck that to make sure you can see the entry. And remember, you can put a sound alert on this window. So when an alert happens, you'll know about it, not just the original alert price, but also a reentry. You can put a sound alert on it. And to do that, you just right click and down to actions, and you just follow this. Play sound, check the play sound. It's all in the guide, sound alerts and all that, all in the guide. Set up the sound. So you can go text to speech if you want. So you can get it read out, the symbol read out, either in a female voice or a male voice, or you can use a custom sound. You just click on that and then select the sound. And then in these three folders, which we give to you, each folder, the left click on it, each folder has some sound alerts in it. So you go to gong as an example, left click on the gong so it's highlighted. You can open it and then you play it. And if you like the sound, then you say, click on OK a couple of times, and then the sound gets attached to your window. So the reason why you put different sound alerts on your different windows. So when you hear that sound alert, you know which window to look at. Yeah, my guess is rare is fading. It's probably fading without me, right? I saw I did get a. Well, let's see now. 2147. Okay, it's fading. It hasn't faded too much. Okay, so if I took this trade right now, say around 2150 on the short, I could put my stop just above just a little bit above the VWAP. Okay, that's what I'd be doing. Just watching it, 2146, 2151 right now, the bid ask on you see it hasn't really given up that VWAP. I'm glad I waited because it got right back into the VWAP. So now what I'm going to do is just put another price alert around 2138 and see if it really clears the VWAP. Now I would say, John, that CTEX is not the most beautiful pattern. As I said before, it's kind of choppy, but so I'd be watch it like a hawk. All right, guys, it's 11 o'clock. It's been a fast morning for me. I've done nothing yet other than, listen, I don't mind. I love explaining things to people. Could be something happening for me in the afternoon. Um, Today, I take a break. For those of you who don't know, I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today's Tuesday, so it's going to be Steve Gomez. Okay, he'll take over for me. When I take my break, I'll put for those of you in the main room, I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Steve. And then I come back at about 1 o'clock and go for at least another hour, longer if I have questions. So somebody was talking about men's a little earlier, men's popping here. So men's had quite a week last or 2 weeks ago, got up to $26, right back down to 3. But let's see, what is there anything? What's the volume like? 579,000 low float. Spread is not terrible. Very few halts resumes today, guys. Usually this is filled. So I can see that XO was halted at 1060, resumed at 1061, but it's a little bit underneath that now. If you're unfamiliar with halts resumes, typically in a very basic definition, a stock that went up or down too fast in a short period of time. Okay, that's a very basic definition. There's a little more to it. And typically, they get halted for 5 minutes. And you can see right there, XO got halted at 1032 plus 34 seconds, opened at 1037 plus 34 seconds, exactly 5 minutes later. Again, not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, XO, in case this really starts to give it up. The VWAP is way down here at 9, so I mean, that could, if it was back enough, it could. Okay, John. Well, that's the beauty. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, so yeah, that is sort of the nice thing about on our in our time zone, except for me because I got to get up super earlier. But if I just got up at 6:30 for the market, and then you can go to work later. Talking to John in our YouTube room from Oregon. Yeah, Fly E. Now, what I look for in here is stocks that are just maybe poking its head above the whole number. Okay, so here's Wealthfront, and what do we have here? Okay, what's the volume like? It's not great. It's only 400, a little less than 4, but it's 21 times normal. But boy, I mean, you look left, and the next high is 1478. I wish there was just more volume. The bid ask is 1406. This blue screen or blue window I'm showing, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with Trade Ideas. Okay, guys. Well, maybe against my better senses here, I've taken this wealth. I didn't love the spread, but as long as it doesn't get about 14 in a big way, I should be okay with a stop, of course, because it has that bit of a look. Yeah, I see the spread widen. I mean, that, I don't usually like doing it, but I just had that look to me that, okay, let's see if it can go on a bit of a run here. And I'm talking about the WLTH. Yeah, look at fly. I mean, yeah. I mean, these are more boring. There's no question they're more boring, but they can be sometimes a little more satisfying because it keeps you, though this one is not a great example because of the spread is not great. You know what, guys? I maybe stupidly, but I took myself out of the trade. Okay, I just didn't like that spread. It got a little. I mean, it's a 14. That's a fine spread right now, but so I took a little loss on that WLTH. I may take a look at it later if it gets back up to say 1409 with a decent spread. Well, you can see how parabolic the guy. You see how the wave widened. Okay, so you guys are following Fly, FLYE, and so it popped above the VWAP and it's come back into the VWAP. Let's see if that VWAP holds it. Very low float, 780,000 in the float, extremely low. There's another one that's just over the whole number, JMIA. Let's take a look at this one. So the spread is excellent, only a penny, number one. The next high looking left on the daily chart, ooh, it's got room, 1273. It definitely has room. And that's JMIA. Hmm. Well, I trying to get it right at 1220. You know, the bid is, yeah, I mean, the ask was 1222, but I thought maybe they'd give me a fill at 1221. Hmm. Not trading as rapidly as I like, so maybe I'm just going to forget about it. The JMIA. Oh, is it ever? Oh my gosh. Is it ever back up? I mean, that it was $10. Remember, the 2 minute chart was $10. Very volatile. Look at the float, 3.3 million in the float. All right, what was the high today? The high was up here at 11:30. A lot of news with this one and the APLD. So there is definitely a news event. Just waiting, watching to see how well this holds 11, guys. I may have to take this on a bit of a hunch. Well, I missed it. I missed it. Trying to get in at 11:15. I missed it. I mean, it's come right back down again. Yeah, not on my game today, guys. Just not on my game. I had an opportunity to get it back. Got right back down to the 11:15, and I just didn't get it. And now, what a pop! Oh well, there will be others. Well, on a monthly chart, I mean, the next high, I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, is around 15 on a monthly chart. Ah, two shots at 11:15. I missed them both. I'd be out. Believe me, I'd be out probably most, because it went so parabolic. But it would have been a nice, a nice quick gain. Oh well, on to the next one. Let's see. Aluminum play, CENX. Take a look at this one. See if this has got anything setting up. Ah, you know what? This is a lifetime high. Basically, a lifetime high for Century Aluminum CENX. A lifetime high. So, in other words, no chart resistance. Now, it may pull back because of. I mean, it's actually pretty nice. No chart resistance, obviously, because it's a lifetime high. How's Alcoa doing? Wow, really lagging. I mean, it's doing well today, but in terms of a lifetime high, it's only so at what does that 53% means? That means if I could have a lifetime candle for Alcoa, it'd be right in the middle. Okay. Whereas CENX, their aluminum play is well, it's a lifetime high. So if I had a lifetime candle, it'd be right at the very top. All right, guys, just a confirmation. It will be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room in about 45 minutes from now. Guys, Cenex on the move, on the move. Cenex on the move, really on the move. CENX, like really on the move. Was it? Okay, thank you, man. I know you're good at that. You definitely in this room, you usually point out the upgrades, and it's appreciated. Now, here's a new one, BRLS. When I say new one, I don't think I've seen this one in this list. Certainly not here, but sort of a new one. That's another way to look at this. Okay, so you see these stocks, and you're going to see the same stocks, similar stocks all day long, but all of a sudden a new one pops in, and it's right at the very top, BRLS. And obviously on a monthly chart, ton of room. Let's take a look on a weekly chart. Ooh, lots of room. And on a daily chart, the high today is 259. And let's see, any news on this one? Borealis Foods, what do they do? Foods, okay. Canadian stock, okay, just outside of Toronto. So we only go back. Let me take a look at CENX. Okay, so what? So we only go back to. I think we go back 10 years. So if it happened 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, well, I'm back to 2014. So I'm going back now to 2011. I'm just looking at CENX. Well, I mean, actually go back to 2009 for CENX. So I'm not. I mean, yeah, we go back to 2009 for CENX, and I don't see a high more than this. Now, I'm not saying our chart is 100% correct, but bottom line is, oh, 2008, okay, because we go back to 2009. I mean, really, does it matter? I mean, something happened 2008. Hey guys, silver's little push for silver right now. SLV. A lot of the silver stocks is it back up 4%? Yeah, up 5% now. So silver, I don't know what is happening. It only seems to be yeah, I got a little bit of a lag sometimes. I might have to just do a little help and an account, sorry, account and just do a reset a couple of times. Well, Intel's having a nice day there. Now, see how beautiful that wave is? Just getting a little parabolic. Again, I like to see the bottom of the bar touching the top of the wave, keeping in contact. That's to me ideal. I mean, C-Tex, I mean, it's ugly. I mean, in my opinion, it's a very ugly looking 2 minute, even on a 5 minute, very, very choppy. But, if you still in it, it's looking good now and it's getting a little parabolic volume coming in. If you're still in this one, CETX. Ha! And now it's actually showing up on the gap scanner, CETX showing up on the gap scanner. Just showed up at 11:21. So you can see right off the well, hopefully it makes sense now, this top 10 list, but look, EKSO has won 6 races. This is something you wanna follow all day long. Could set up, could be pulling back, if you're that type of a player, into an area that you like, because it's obviously it's won 6 races. Look at the volume, 90 million shares, 2,000 times normal. 2,000, that's what that relative volume, 2,060, 2,000 times normal. That is a ratio, not a percent. 2,000 times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive, which just means that, it really doesn't trade that much normally. You can't even see. I mean, it's parabolic right there. Look at the volume bar right there compared to the rest of them. What did it do yesterday? The volume wasn't bad. It was 2.8 million yesterday. No inkling that that was gonna happen. It's kind of amazing, isn't it? In this day and age of leaks, etcetera, because, this was just sort of moseying along, doing nothing, nothing, nothing for days, and that news came out today. All right, guys, 11 almost 11:30. I have another half hour left or so before I take my break. Okay, here's one just over the whole number, NU 1704, just over the whole number. It is not quite a lifetime high, but it's certainly in the high end, just over the whole number. Bah. Well, you've got a couple of highs. You got about 1, 2, 3 highs right around 1707. If it takes out 1707, okay, I got to know about that because look at that. Takes out 1707 or so. You can see there's one high, two highs, three highs. And then if it takes that out, then the next high in the daily chart is 1773. Certainly plenty of room. Okay. SUPX. SUPX. Yeah, very little volume. Very little volume, only 164,000 shares. So it's up 9%, which is, yeah, great. But look at the spread, indicative of, hardly any volume, 1562.16. So you're, unless you're committed to something you think is going to happen. Yesterday's high, it's right at yesterday's high, 1621. The high after that is, yeah, I mean, I get it, 1930, but boy, the volume is very low and the spread is terrible. Now, that spread won't matter if it gets close to 19, of course, but we just don't know that. I saw that you asked Chris yesterday. You had that question about cumulative, right? Cumulative trades. I know he said he'd pass that on to the developers, but it's sort of as we thought. You cannot do it as right now. Boy, look at this EXO, guys. I mean, this is really look at it got up to 12 and then came right back down to 11:30. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot on their plate, in terms of for the dev team. There's a lot on their plate, so I hope they can do something, but yeah, I just don't know when or if. Boy, this like it's going to take out 12. What's the high right there? High of the day was 11.99. This is not trading 101 if I take it. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, I'm holding my breath. I've taken some off. Okay. I mean, it's so erratic. It could just really race right through 12 again. Again, this is nothing. I shouldn't even be talking about it, but come on. As I said, this is not trading 101. Okay, I'm out of everything. Okay, I'm out of everything. I mean, it may just zip higher to 13, but so did okay on it. Now, this could be one of those ones later on in the day, guys. If it takes out the high of the day, it could have another rip, and it may rip right from here. But I mean, I really, again, as I say, not trading 101. See how parabolic it got? Just not in touch with the wave anymore. But if you're in this one still, boy, I mean, this is certainly the rocket ship for today. 127%. Wow, look how rapidly it's trading. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers, guys. Look how see now you see that massive drop from 1260. All right, guys. Well, you can see what's happened now. It's pulled down underneath 12. I mean, again, later on in the day could be a minute from now, but in the afternoon, look at the volume that came in. See the volume on the five. I mean, great volume that was coming in. How is the APLD doing? Is it still negative? No. So it was negative down here, but this is the company that kind of combining with. So when it says, okay, so this company, Applied Dynamics or Digital, announced a proposed transaction to spin out its Applied Digital Cloud business and combine it with Exobionics to form Chronoscale. I don't know if that means it's going to be a new company that's going to have a new name, or that's just what they're calling it within the company. I'm not sure what it means exactly, but the spin out of the cloud GPU. Okay. At any rate, this is why it's all lots of action today on that. Well, if you're talking about just profit taking, I mean, a stock that's up 100 and just talk, it just, why would I take some off? You know what I mean? I mean, this is just a trading vehicle right now. I mean, it's traded how many millions of shares? 66 million shares, 21 times normal. I mean, it's up 119%. You're going to get people that, are in certain areas and start to take some profit. Because it's not like this has been like a straight shot up. I mean, look at some of these pullbacks. $11 down to 970. So it's not like this has been a straight, easy shot straight up. All right, guys. Well, the new that I was looking at, NU, it is still hanging around the 17 mark. Now I'm going to take my break, well, pretty soon, 25 minutes. So if I, that's enough time if I took this now and it moved. Boy, a lot of volume came in right there also. A lot of volume. And that big volume spike, it didn't move it that much. And you can see the difference. 3.4 billion in the float. It takes a lot of volume to move it. Because you would have thought, I looked at that volume spike, I thought, man, I mean that, but then I look at the float saying, okay, well, that's why, even though it's like 500,000 shares, but 3.4 billion in the float. Going to take a lot to move it. Meanwhile, the market, man, so we had that big pop. That's at that's the 9:30. So the 9:45 number, the Chicago PMI came out, 9:45, popped the market. I don't know if any other number came out, but then the market just drops. And then we're back up again, almost to the high of the day. And now we're having a little drop. FOMC at just minutes at 2 o'clock. So there will be, we'll put the SPY chart up, a 1 minute SPY chart up, and we'll see some interesting action. But there's no pressure. There's no pressure at 2:30. It's just the minutes. Don't think anybody's expecting anything earth shattering. Come on, you make a little move for me. I'm in it. Okay, guys, I'm in this NU. Probably 17 gets me out if it gets back down there. Certainly won't be like the EKSO. Did it win a race? No, it did not win a race. Boy, that EKSO is still, I mean, it's still hanging around that 12 mark. Oh, wow. Did not dare to take it this time, but look at the high right there. I mean, if it takes that out later on, it could just keep ripping. The next high in a monthly chart is at around 15. For me, just over the whole number. I just like stocks over the whole number. Had room. Has room on a daily chart up to 1770. Not saying it's getting there. It was it was right there at the 1707, 1706, 1708, this area, trying to take it out. May not work, but if it, but I'm got a tight stop on it. And it was showing up in the race, of course. I mean, that's where I saw it. Boy, look at this market. Up, down, up, down. I mean, just I probably should have waited more like for a 1710 break, but I thought maybe I'll get in just a little bit early, and that's on the NU. It probably, yeah, you're right, William. It looks more dramatic, So what's that, 688 and the 686? Yeah, it looks more dramatic than it is. All right, now look at the EKSO. Okay, coming back into. Is this going to be now the VWAP is way down here? That would be a massive pullback, but well, it depends what you're looking at. I mean, here's a low down here at 1096. I mean, it still has a way to go on the 2-minute chart. Same here right here. I mean, you could, it's for me anyway, it's very hard to predict a bounce unless it got down to here and you can sort of see a little bit of support. I mean, it may bounce a lot earlier than that, but I don't like it's not coming into the VWAP. It's not to me not coming into an area that saying okay, that's a great bounce zone. It may bounced, but I can't figure out if that's going to be a good bounce zone. Well, the volume though is not. I mean, I look at the volume bars. Okay, so the volume bars on the 5 are dwindling. They're dwindling on the 2. You probably want something like this. These sort of volume bars. That's my opinion anyway. I mean, the volume is tailing off. I mean, it's good volume. I mean, the absolute volume is good, but I just look at it in relation to the previous, say, 2-minute volume bars, the previous 5-minute volume bars. It's tailing off. All right, guys, 11:45. So in about 15 minutes, I'll be taking a break. I'll put the YouTube link in to the main room so you guys can head over and listen to Steve if you want. He'll be there between 12 and 1. You know what? I got out of the new guys basically flat. I'm going to wait to see if it takes out 1710. So let me put new up here again. I should have waited for 1710. So right, yeah, right there. Actually, 1710. That could get me into it again. All right. Now, stone here, STNE, kind of interesting. It's kind of consolidating in this area over the VWAP. Next high looking left is 1576. Is that right? What was the high? 1519 was the high last week, and it got there. There's the high right there, 1519. There's a high right there, 1509. Yeah, so I mean, if it 1580, so if it can take out 1519, I'll put a price alert in that area. Then on the daily chart, the next high is far enough away, 15 around 1580. So I put a price alert there just to see if it takes that out. Another big float, quarter of a billion in the float. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much now. Just looking to see if there's anything new. I think somebody talked about INHD a little earlier. INHD. Well, guys, I'm kind of running out of ideas here. I mean, just every time I look left, I see on the stocks that I've been clicking on, I see potential resistance not that far away. DAIC. Okay, let's take a look. Isn't this a under a dollar? Yeah. Well, this is the reason, I guess. Okay, wait a minute. Is that the right headline? Is this dot AI? Yeah, it must be dot AI. I know it doesn't say that, but DAIC sounds like it should be dot AI. So Dot AI partners with Williot to advance industrial grade ambient IoT solutions. I guess that's the reason. Okay. It looked like that news hit. Well, I mean, again, this is not necessarily instant breaking news, but this was at 11:30 Reuters. That's got to be the news. Well, there's the EKSO. I cannot take it now because I'll be on my break. There's no way I can. I'd have to be glued to my seat if I were going to take something like this now. But it's again back over 12. Now there's some volume. See the volume bar right there? It's actually a little bit more than these volume bars. That's what I'd be looking for. Something that's kind of standing out. See how the volume was tailing down, and then all of a sudden the volume came in. All right, guys, 11:52. So what I'm going to do now is just put the YouTube link in the main room. Steve usually shows up maybe a little early, than noon. We'll see. I'll put the YouTube link in. Steve is the originator of the trades of the week. So that is the YouTube link. Okay, he's not there yet. That is the YouTube link when he shows up. Boy, this looks. I mean, the longer this holds, 12. Also, okay, guys, I'm going to put my announcement up here. Okay, so don't go yet. Steve's not there yet, but I just want to put my announcement up. Okay. I'm playing with fire, guys. I'm playing with fire, on the EKSO. That's it. I'm out completely. I got back in, quick scalp before I take my break, and I mean quick. It's a good rip though. I mean, I still think, if it takes out the high of the day later, and again, later could be, next 5 seconds, but later on in the day, even in the afternoon, yeah, I got to fight the FOMO. But the minute I got into the high 20s, I said, just take some. What's the worst that can happen? Okay, guys, 11:56. That is definitely it. I'm not going to try it again. Wow, look at silver. Big pop for silver, guys. Look at silver. Nice little move here. Some volume. 5% now. Coming back. Silver is weird. It doesn't want to show me the daily, weekly, and monthly. I've noticed this all day. Charts have lagged a little bit for me today, but silver is weird. It doesn't want to show me the longer term time frames. Yeah, it must be the server I'm on. We have different servers, but yeah, I have not. I've noticed this all day. I've not been able to bring up. Try it again one more time. Don't want to. Yeah, it will not bring up the. I mean, maybe if I waited for, it will not bring up the daily, weekly, and monthly for silver. Oh, well, see, I had to wait though. I had to really wait. Yeah. Okay. Quick question. If I can't answer, so Steve in our YouTube room, if I can't answer though, hopefully Steve will. He'll be taking over for me momentarily. But go ahead. If I can't answer, talking to Steve, not Steve Gomez, but Steve in our YouTube room. Oh, I have no idea. I don't know if you're kidding me or not. Steve, I know. I think Steve Gomez, who'll be in the room in momentarily. I believe he does have physical. He might have some physical silver, physical gold. You can ask him, okay? Because I have no idea. I don't know if you're being serious. Okay, Steve, give me one moment. Okay, guys, Steve Gomez just showed up in our YouTube room, so I'm going to put myself on mute. Okay, in the main room. See you guys in about an hour. Mr. Gomez, I think there's a question directly that you can answer.
Okay.
He says, another Steve says, if you had 100 bars of 10-ounce silver, 99.9% pure, how would, if you wanted to, sell them now?
Apmex. I'll type it in. APMEX.
See, I knew you would be able to answer because I think you do have some physical.
I've dealt with them. Yeah, I've dealt with them, and I've sold some coins for my mom and for myself in the past directly to them. I bought from them, and so I've sold back to them. So they're one of the top three. JP Bullion, I think, is another, but it's real simple. You tell them what you got. I think you send a picture of it if you can't, or you at least describe it, and then they know what you have, and then they give you a on the spot quote, and then you got like 3 minutes to accept it, and then it's all done from there. UPS.
So there you go, Steve. Not you, Steve, but you, Steve. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Excellent. Well, I knew that you'd be able to answer that, and he asked that question like about a minute before you came in. I said, "Well, wait for Steve."
Yep.
Okay, my friend. Well, listen, I'll take off now, and I know you want to take off at about 5 to the hour, so I'll try to come back by then.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. Hopefully, I don't get the live webinar curse like I had last week. So I'm with you, Steve. I was stacking the little silver round buffalo bullions, and I haven't wanted to sell any yet. I'm not going to talk you out of what you want to do, but I think there's more to go, so I'm going to hold on to mine for more. And then Andy keeps telling me, hit the bid, hit the bid. I'm like, what am I going to do? Package all this stuff up and ship it out? And then what? I've got US dollars again. The whole point of buying that silver was to get out of US dollars. So I kind of want to avoid that. But that's me. I'm just here to tell you how to sell them if you want to. Super, super trustworthy. I bet they're so busy right now too. I mean, I'm sure it's just absolutely crazy if you work for those people right now. But that is really the story, right? Silver. I think it might be sparking Bitcoin too. Let me grab my illustrator. And of course, if anybody's got any questions about the product, don't be shy. I'm not here to just talk away. I'm here to also help. Epic Pen. So this is a 15-minute chart on TradingView. I could use iBit just as well on our trade ideas charts. But you see, I've got my little 10 SMA here in yellow, a 15-minute chart. Bitcoin, its volume is what I was going to highlight there. The volume has kind of popped in. And I was telling Andy, I think this might be related to what's happening in silver. The whole thing, like I said, what am I going to do? Sell silver and go back to treasury notes? US dollar, fiat currency backed by nothing. It's only worth 3 cents of what it was originally worth in 1913. No thanks. So I'm going to stick around a little longer. But I think, Bitcoin has been really just languishing, as we all know. There's been no attempt to rally. Any attempt to rally has been sold and squashed. And a catalyst may have just occurred because the reason people are running to silver, well, part of the reason is, yes, industrial demand, and China is holding it back now, January 1st. You've got the COMEX starting to, people raise eyebrows at the paper silver market, which I've been telling you guys and maintaining for years is extremely oversubscribed. It's like GameStop on steroids. The banks and the powers that be, they want to keep the dollar strong, but they do so by kind of suppressing silver. They've always picked on silver more than gold. So silver might have a long way to go. So the turnabout story here is Bitcoin is watching this same story and saying, wow, people are losing faith in the garbage fiat US dollar, huh? And they're buying silver. Well, maybe I should diversify and start buying some crypto as well. And I think the chart, hopefully today, will start to confirm that maybe there's a bid coming back into Bitcoin based on a distrust of our dollar. This dollar's not worth it. You're welcome. Patrick, love the physical. Yes, Patrick, of course. He and I have been chatting a lot about the markets. And I've been waiting for the big dislocation between when COMEX and the other paper sellers start to get exposed. And this is what's happening. This is nothing like the Hunt brothers in 1980 when you had one party trying to control a market. You've got everybody scrambling for physical now. People are waiting around the block in Asia and Australia, and they're paying upwards of $80 a spot. Whereas right now, our spot in this country 76, and the COMEX is, they've got it at 76.20. So it's kind of come back in line, hasn't it? 76.90. So there's still 70 cents of premium in the front month, which is huge backwardation. Normally premiums go backwards for the right to hold and all that stuff. So there's so much weird stuff going on right now in silver. So yeah, a lot of weird stuff going on. I'm kind of cheering for Bitcoin to hold a bid. We can look at IBIT here in the trade ideas charts. Same kind of a thing. Here we can see the daily as well. It's just been basing. It seems like there's been a pretty solid bid under there. That's what we need. And if we can get that over the next, I wouldn't be surprised to see it at least around New Year's or maybe at the first of the year. There could be some tax loss selling going on in this ETF, or who knows. But I think when the first of the year comes, it's press, change, rearrange time. You've got major funds moving into new ideas, which, by the way, last night I was on X and it kept serving me up people's ideas. And I kept seeing the top 20, my top 10, my ideas for 2026. And I started to notice some interesting overlap in some of those names. A lot of people like this RKLB. I've never looked at this, Rocket Lab. I guess they're a private space aerospace. Okay, so keep an eye on this one for the year. Pretty decent daily chart digging in down there after the breakout. I'll probably put an alert in here just to let myself know. But I bring this up because I came in today with some cash. I got hammered yesterday over the weekend. I went long. We'll talk about it more. 3 or 4 different silver mining companies thinking they were going to play catch up over the weekend, and they didn't. So I took a pretty good big beating yesterday. Here's the SIL ETF. And this was me loading up Powerhouse over the weekend. And then this is me crying in my milk yesterday. So trying to grind back. I sold one of my silver miners. I bought another one back. But what I was going to get at was the other stock was ONDS. This was a stock that a lot of people were talking about. And I'm familiar with this one. This one was part of the drone family. So I bought some ONDS on the open, and this one's been doing pretty well. I sold some at 920, but I'm going to hold on to it because it seems like something that everybody's talking about it. Might as well stick around. And I also bought some UMAC because I couldn't miss this chart. This is my favorite chart, right? Boom, boom, boom. 1, 2, 3 days of red. Come down and kiss the moving average, the 50 and the 20. That's just golden right here. So I was long UMAC down here, primarily focusing on the strength and the 3 days of pullback right into that hefty little pocket right there. Also a pivot level. There's just so many reasons I like UMAC on the open, and it's rewarding me. So the drones, which brings me to UAVS, a whole other story going on over here. And I believe it's tax loss selling. I'm underwater in this one a little bit. I'm not going to add to it, but I'm not going to sell it. And this is one of those cases where I'm going to break a rule only because I feel like this is a tax loss sell. People have just given up on this thing and they're using it to offset gains at the end of the year. So I'm just going to carry it into the new year and see if I can get a new year pop as people start to look for fresh ideas, especially AVA. These drone names, I've been seeing a lot of them coming through today. Oh, that one's still sitting there. So yeah, that was an interesting tidbit. Let me see. I think there might have been another one. Hold on a second.
Is it coordinated?
Let me go here. I think I've got it. Yeah. Just bring it over. This was the one. So Rocket Labs, AST, Joby. There's another what would you call it? Air Mole. ONDS. So bought that one this morning. Nebius, Dan, our CEO, loves Nebius. That's a good looking one. Cypher, that's a Bitcoin mining company. IONQ, Quantum, Path, Andy likes Path. So that's what was being shown, interestingly enough. Did I see Peter St. Oge's video about silver? Maybe interesting. No, I haven't. I'll tell you what is interesting though, and we've all seen it, is the AI Asian guy with the videos that just keep pumping out channel after channel. That has got to be some kind of Chinese psyop, in my opinion. That is the weirdest content social media psyop I've ever seen. And I'm not saying it's wrong. It just sounds like it's really trying to whip up buyers, or maybe. I don't know what the reason is, but it just something seems off about that account. Dave, no, you can't drop a link, but you could email it to me if you wanted. Or tell me what to search for. Let's see, Peter St. Owned video. Let's see. Was it on X? I'll tell you what, I'll give you just send it to info@trade ideas because I'd like to see it. I watch a lot of videos on what's going on. So I think there's really a major thing happening here. I think we're living through something big, which is kind of the slow death of the dollar. And that would include the Federal Reserve. Oh, it's on YouTube. Okay, let's search for it then. Let me see. Peter St. One day ago. Okay, I assume it's this one, so I'll go ahead and just tab that and watch it later. Thank you. I'll put that down there. Oh, I had a good green month going too until yesterday. I was literally 0.5% off all-time highs, and I was hoping to just blast through it. That's why I got overconfident with the silver miners, which we can go through, by the way. So we talked about OND, UMAC, which I bought this morning. Both of those are doing well for me today. What I sold yesterday was SSRM, and I know this was a trade of the week, and I'm just disgusted by it. It never did anything, and it was the deepest dive of all of them. I took it off yesterday to free up some cash, and I replaced it this morning with HL. Why did I do that? Well, I did it because it's an American. I asked Grok, what's the best American? I've been doing that a lot lately too. My Grok is an amazing trading assistant. So he told me that HL was one of the top silver producing mines in the US. Who knows? Maybe we're going to get some headline. China is being stingy with their US. Maybe Trump will be stingy with our silver and protect our mine. I don't know. But I replaced SSRM with HL. So I am literally, I think 40% of my account is in silver miners right now. That's how confident I am. I'm not going to play SLV. I'm not going to play the commodity, which is looking great here. I've got enough of that, but I want to, if I can catch the silver miners, SIL is the ETF, if these things will stop doing what they've been doing every single day. Look at this. Let me show you what they do every day. And to me, this is a sign of somebody's in panic. Somebody's in panic mode, all right? Gap it up, sell it. Sell it. On the open, gap it up, sell it. On the open, sell it. Gap it up today, sell it. But we're going nowhere. These are the shorts panicking, in my humble opinion of 25 years of trading. And I'm content to just ride through all this bull crap because it's going to resolve itself, I think, to the upside. And when it does, I think the silver miners might really have a big day or two. And I just want to be in them, and then I want to fade out. That's all I want out of it. So I replaced that. What I'm still long is this one, CDE. Why? Again, U.S. Coeur d'Alene, U.S. company. And then the last one just has a really good chart. It's Canadian, but I like FSM. Again, look at what they're doing every single day. Gap it up, sucker in retail, and then slam it, and then ideally close their shorts. 4 days, 5 days in a row now. and yet the price goes nowhere. That's bullish to me. It's manipulatively bullish to me. So I'm in that. So those are the other three miners I'm in. And then another thing, I had a lot of cash this morning. I bought some JetBlue. I was riding JetBlue last week. Love Southwest Air, has been just a very strong horse. Look at that sideways action. Jets, the ETF was holding up well. JetBlue, I think, is, kind of a second tier sleeper. It pulled back and it was a beautiful buy right on the open, right at the 50-day moving average after closing on it yesterday. Once I saw the strength in the airlines and love, I jumped right into JetBlue. I'll hold this for a couple of days, hopefully. Lastly, we talked about UAVS. I'm underwater in that. Tax loss selling, I'm willing to sit. Some of the winners I have are offsetting that. And then lastly is I'm already in ABTC, and I was expecting more out of this one, especially with IBIT. Bitcoin up, Bitcoin miner down. So I'm actually going to draw a line in the sand. If ABTC can't get back above and close around 180 today, I'm going to cut it. And I know it's the trade of the week, but it's not triggered. So I was kind of anticipating a little bit of it, and it never went. And then lastly, I'm in a DJT. Those of you that know, I was usually in it, and I was not in it down here. I woke up and just wanted to throw up in my waste can because I was not in it when this news came out. They they're merging with a nuclear fusion company, which is not to be confused with like SMR and NNE and Oklo, which is nuclear fission on the nano side. And if you ask me, it's not doing that well. They just can't find a bid over there, whatnot. But I've been adding to it down here. Well, I waited a few days. I'm just kind of building back into it. We'll see what happens. And with that, I'm out of money for the day. So I feel like I'm on a game show, and I just got to put the rest on gift certificate. Whatever I sold some ONDS today. When things run for me, I'll take some off so I can raise cash for new ideas tomorrow. But it's still a long day, and I really think these drone companies are kind of coming to life. But UAVS might have to wait until the first of the year, and after tax loss selling, this thing is just a pig. So let's talk about that, Steve. Same thing, good month going. You get really good confidence, was doing really well. Took a hit for close to a band. I get your pain with your weekend mining companies. Yeah. So what drove me to push like a rally car driver when they're just got the pedal down, going through turns, that was me going into the weekend because I felt like I was playing with the house's money at all-time highs, super confident, thought we had silver by the short hairs. And I forgot that it was as overbought as it was. And then the COMEX did their thing where they pull the rug out on margin requirements. That didn't help. And the silver miners were just, as you can see, just looking for a reason every single day to sell off. It didn't even have to gap it up yesterday to sell it off. But they did today and the day before, and yesterday and all that. So I have all the patience in the world to sit through. This is the ETF for silver miners here. You keep throwing whatever you got against the wall, and the buyers keep buying it back going into the close. So, until that changes, Bitcoin doesn't want to hold a bid. And that's it. That's my account today. And funny as it is, all the things I bought today are doing well. Are doing the best. ONDS, UMAC. I deployed this stuff early too. HL is the replacement silver miner I replaced SSRM with. JetBlue I bought this morning. That's it. I don't expect, let's look at the general market. I don't expect much of anything. This is a very light volume week. Tomorrow's a half day. People have pretty much made their bed for this year, and the new year will come out with fireworks of new ETFs. I would highly recommend paying close attention to the first week, what sectors come out with a bang, because that's really the big guys just like sitting on their strategy until the new year comes and they deploy their new ideas. Silver on highs, gotta love that. Silver could make an absolute sneak attack over the holiday too. Look at that. I heard somebody try to estimate the short float in SLV as around 50%. That could be really, really crazy if it's true. That's why this could be a whole other GameStop 2.0, which it was tried a couple of years ago. The Reddit community tried to get GameStop 2.0 and silver going because the story's been around forever, but it wasn't ready. Why wasn't it ready? Because the market wasn't talking about AI and data centers and 1 kilo batteries, and wasn't talking about Samsung going directly to the miners. I don't know if I mentioned that. That's one of the reasons I am extremely bullish and was on Friday. Samsung has new battery that can go forever for cars and whatnot. But the problem is, or not a problem, but the point is, it requires 1 kilo of silver for each battery. We can only pull out, I think, 800 million pounds or ounces of silver a year, and already the demand is exceeding that. And so Samsung said, screw it, we are not going to wait to buy this silver on the open market. We've got to go directly to the source. So they went to some South American miner, and they literally locked up everything they're pulling out of the ground under contract, and they're just going to refine it themselves. How bullish is that? So how many more companies are going to turn around and do this? NVDA going to turn around and do that? Is Tesla going to do that? HYMC just came through right here. This is one of the mines that actually said, hey, guess what? We have more silver than we thought. And I missed that when I was writing this up right here, but I missed that move. So that's the bull case for silver miners for me. Now I asked Grok, tomorrow's a full day, is it? Oh God, don't scare me, Pepe. No. Probably because, wait a minute, Friday's a full day too, isn't it? Okay, well, you know what? That just gives me more time to work my portfolio into the end of the year. I guess that makes sense. I assume that. Thank you for checking that. I mean, good to know. I was thinking like last week with the Christmas Eve, they did that. Okay, yeah, I'm looking forward to hear his video. But when I heard that Samsung literally did that, these are smart people, and they're locking up. That's just the most bullish thing I've ever heard. I know what I was going to say. So I asked my trading assistant, Grok, I said, what's the deal, Grok? Why are these silver miners so stubborn? Why aren't they following this giant move? And of course, I got the right answer. You know, their costs are uncertain. There's still issues with stock. There's only a certain amount they can pull out. They can't increase their. You can look it up yourself and see the reasons. But that's the bear case study. I think the bull case study is Samsung going directly to a miner and locking up their rubble. And that's only a matter of time before probably Elon or somebody else comes and does that and does the same thing. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's a big grinding end of. Oh, my God, this thing is just so pitiful. Hopefully that's a crescendo capitulation volume bar there as it took out the prior low. But anyway, ONDS is doing 2 times better for me. Doesn't matter. So that's really the story right now, silver. And, why isn't gold doing it? Well, because gold has always kind of been left alone. Silver's been the one that's really been repressed more. I think about a couple months ago with you guys, I went on there. Patrick probably remembers. I went and asked Grok, what's the silver to gold ratio right now? Because this is ridiculous. Gold was ripping and silver was doing nothing. And the gold, silver to gold ratio was like 110. And that was just almost unheard of, like a Bollinger Band of, statistical mean HYMC on highs again. And so, hang on a second. Jeez, it's going to be an interesting 48 hours in silver. The mean reversion had to pick up the silver to gold ratio and bring it back down. Historically, in the 19th century, 20th century, it's been around 50 or 60. Go back earlier in times, it was more like 20 or 30. So there's so many reasons why. And, again, some people think there might be 200 to 300 ounces of synthetic paper shorts that were created to keep the price suppressed than there is to actual physical. And if that is the case, then we actually have the mother of all short squeezes. Silver's on highs as I'm talking, but I just want the miners to do something. And once they have their moment on day 2 and 3, hopefully I'll be, all faded out of them. And then just continue to let silver do its thing, because these things are going to get overbought again. This is pretty bullish. I mean, we got so overbought, and then this day right here, literally would have been any short seller's, salivation, but it didn't close on lows. It popped back up and closed on a doji cross and then gapped up today. Now we're challenging highs again. I would be so scared to be short. This is probably such an incredible bear trap right here. And the ones that were astute realized it needed to close on lows to show this as a reversal. But that's not a reversal, because this day banged off of lows 2 times and closed back on highs to give us this nice doji cross. And then confirmed with a giant gap up, my favorite pattern of all, the sinking of the gap, and then the buyers step in and take it to new highs. That is so bullish. All right, I'm starting to get some movement in my silver stocks again. Thank God. Oops, hang on a second. Any questions on anything? I mean, like, I can look at the chart that you're looking at. We can talk about trading. We can talk about, obviously, trade ideas. Friday is going to be absolutely dead. And you should be in here on Friday, I think, with you guys. But it's probably going to be pretty dead on Friday. Yeah, these airlines have been stealthy strong, especially Southwest. That sideways action. It's probably going to be too early now, but at some point it might push it again. It's the same thing every day. Slam the open and just sit on the bid all day long. That, to me, again, this is short covering in panic mode. They're trying to get as much off and covered as they can before the inevitable, I hope, run. Nice to see my ONDS here on the short squeeze to remind me there's 21% short the float on that one. Good to know. What about UMAC? What's the short float in UMAC? 16, not bad, but not enough to show up on this scan. I think I'm going to offer. I know I've already gotten an offer. What's the price at for another 1/5 ONDS up here at 980, and I'm using those 2 wicks back there with an open order just to catch it, because as you guys know, stocks that are, especially short squeezing and in momentum, they'll push quickly. And if you put your price out there ahead of time like a target, really satisfying to get your target. Okay, how did I select ONTS? That's a good one. It's just one of those weird things. I was showing earlier a list. I was on X last night, and a lot of people were making their predictions for 2026, and I noticed that ONDS was on everybody's list, and it's a name I'm familiar with because it's part of the drone contingency that I've played. I've played it many times back here, so I've been in and out of this thing. It's one of my favorite stocks that I'm familiar with. And when I heard that, wow, everybody else likes this stock too, huh? And just kind of reminded myself of what they're doing. They're a network of wireless wide area network for drones, basically the command software for networking drones. Take that for whatever it's worth. That's their niche. But the fact that a lot of people are watching it and liking it, and then seeing 21% short the float. Well, I had cash to burn this morning, and I was looking for things that have pulled back, and I just kind of felt like I needed to keep an eye on this one. And we had a real wild opening. If you can't see it, it spiked up and down, and I thought that was kind of interesting. So I jumped in right there around 850 as it started to go green again. So I had my mind on it. There was no one scan that comes to me. I use trade ideas for ideas that are pretty simple, mostly my symbols that I always watch, and I'm kind of keeping a ticker on them and watching what they're doing in real time. I'm using this market pulse to kind of tell me, hey, in the moment, we've got a little uptick here across the board. And by the way, I revised this. I stole this from Dan originally, and I don't like the way he had it set. It wasn't really to my liking. So I changed it to broaden it up a lot more. He had it way too focused on things that were in momentum and small cap land. Well, I changed it to things that were just doing normal volume, relative volume, price 5 to 500. New highs, new lows, give me a compare count window. So I use this, one of my main tools for trade ideas. I've got a lot of tickers that mean a lot to me, so I kind of can tell the pulse of the market. Here's my sector of simple top lists. This is really the only scan that I might go to and say, hey, I've got some idea. I'm looking for an idea. What can I buy? And if the market's strong, I'll start looking for things that are on here that have high short float. Hey, JetBlue, what do you know? I'm in that one. So I don't stray too far away from these names. And I'm happy to give this scan to anybody who doesn't have it. It's just kind of a list of ideas of things that are in motion today, but also happen to have a big short float behind them. And we are in the backdrop of the market is important. When the market's selling off, short float doesn't mean anything. But when the market's going sideways, like our silver miners or the NASDAQ, just going sideways, we're using this short week here and this low volume to just kind of work off a little sideways steam. The path of least resistance remains up. And in that type of environment, I'm going to focus on the short squeeze potentials. So Justin, your question, my 15 SMA, you use where the top is above the line, the tail pokes through for a couple of days. Is it a preset? No, that would be just more, well, I mean, I've tried to kind of make scans that do that, but there's a lot of if ands and, high back to low. And I will use, simple scans like I can show you this. Let's see. I'm just going to use a keyword, which would be 15 SMA, which means in the past I've built something that's probably looking for momentum that's pulling back to the 15 SMA. Maybe I'm not going to get anything with that. There we go. Let's try it. Oh, it's 10 SMA, idiot. Good self-talk, Steve. Good self-talk. That's the daily. And we can use this. This will give us an idea for, like for swing trading. So when we focus on the daily chart, we've only got 4 names and perfect. So if I was looking for ideas, here's a stock that has ran up EXEL. And as I mentioned earlier, just like I forgot what stock it was. Oh, UMAC. 1, 2, 3, 4 days of pullback, but now it's right here hanging around the 10 SMA. These are entries that are hard to make, but as a swing trader, you have to recognize solid base, solid move. This is nothing more than working the price off. It's normal, natural action. So I like to try and time my entries on pullbacks. And so that's an example of using the daily charts. There's another one. And there's another one, not bad. But we can also do the intraday. Same thing. When I see it depends. If the market's doing well, if I've got money, if it's got a high short float, that helps. But most importantly, what's the sector doing? What are its peers doing? Because money is constantly rotating from one group to another. And that's this right here, over here on this sector area. This guy. That'll give me a clue as change from the open. What's jumping up from change from the open? I don't care about change from the close. I want to know change from the open. Use 15 as the keyword. Pullback. Maybe I should turn my caps off. There it is. Pull back to the 130. Pull back to the 10 SMA. Daily. There we go. This is the one I've been looking for. So same concept, but we're looking at the intraday. And I have to go to a history on this one. So the most current one, it didn't look right. Oh, those were earlier. Okay. That's not the scan I'm looking for, but that's the general concept. And I'll show you, for anybody who's new to Trade Ideas, how do I set the filters like this? Well, the most important thing is change in 10 days. It's up 4% minimum 10 days. So that ensures me it's moving up. But change today, we use a negative 1% in the max column, which means definitely red today. It's at least 1% down. But I want to see it when it hits my filter from the change from the 10 daily SMA. And so I do a 1/4% below and a 1/4% above to give me an envelope kind of wrapped around that moving average. And then with that filter being satisfied, I can pull them up one by one and evaluate them. And I would say Excel is the most interesting one. And then right off the bat here, we start to see a little bit of a nipple low there, a little bit of a wick. And then if the green starts to pop up here, well, then I correspond it with the daily and I say, this is a safe entry given to me by this scan. So you don't just jump into everything that comes through. There's still kind of a checklist that I'll run through, what's the sector? I forgot what sector this is. Pharmaceutical. Not my favorite, but it can be good for trading. But yeah, that's my favorite type of entry. I learned very early on in trading that these types of entries, watching Excel, waiting. Okay, it's safe. Enter here. Learning very early in trading that these types of entries get you nowhere fast. Nothing but headache and heartache and then eventual loss. So what you have to do is be patient, kind of time the jump rope. And to me, the jump rope skips right around the rising 10-day simple moving average as a swing trader. Now, if I pull this up at the end of the day and I had cash, and I think as you're alluding to in your question there, Justin, we have a nice wick. This red body turns into much more of a wick. That's a money setup for me. It's trending higher. It got its 3 days of pullback. It reversed intraday and spit out a wick that closed back above the 10 SMA and spit out all the weak hands below it. That's an entry for me at the end of the day. On DS keeps grinding higher. Again, I've got a 9, I think it's 980. Let me see. Yep, 980 limit sell for 1/5. And if I can get that 1/5 off, I'll still have 3/5 that I can maybe get ahead of. And so, like I was just talking about, you might have a lot of people waiting for ONDS to want to break above. So you'll get maybe one good day of really push higher, and then it might not follow through as much as you want it to. But as it pushes higher, I'll be the one hopefully feeding it out to the people that are coming in to chase it. And that in itself is the whole concept of being contrarian. You can't wait for confirmation. You can't wait for the headline. You've got to see things developing and setting up. At least that's what I like to do. And then anticipate. And then once you get confirmation, jump into more, add it, and then flip to the sell side on the other end. Let's see, what's our, yeah. Stubborn silver stocks. Look at that. If you missed earlier my sermon, I feel these are trapped shorts. Every day at the beginning of the day, they sucker people in, and then they hammer those people down, and then they're trying to cover their shorts. Next day comes, sell it off, spend the rest of the day covering shorts, gap it up, attract people in, sell it off, cover your shorts. This game is going to wear out here pretty soon. And I feel like it's going to resolve to the upside, like I said. Now we're definitely overbought in silver. We could chop around for the rest of the day and that'd be fine. Yeah, like just a slow grind back up. I don't know what it's going to take to get these things to explode out of their little game of duck, duck, goose they're playing down here. But it seems like everything's kind of stable. JetBlue is probably one of my best purchases this morning. I'm feeling good about that one. Obviously, wish I bought more. Yeah, I've been hearing about platinum. I forgot the ETFs on those. And for copper, I just look at FCX. I heard it takes 3 cents of copper to make a penny now. Platinum. What is the ETF for platinum? I know it looks really good. I've heard the numbers. I just haven't seen the chart. Platinum Group, PLG. No, it's not that. PLT? PLM. PLTM. How did I get there? PLT. There we go. That looks more like it. Well, you've got a lot of overnight activity, of course, so you get the gaps in the New York trading. But look at where the buyers jumped in. I mean, right on cue after I've been talking about this for so long. When you have so much energy and then you get to overbought levels, your first level is to be patient and then observe the price action right there at 20, which is where the 10 SMA was. I mean, that was a pretty good example of what I just been talking about. All right, I got to be here another 10 minutes. Goes quick, but I'm happy to look at any specific charts if something is confounding somebody. Like this UAVS is probably confounding me. Yep. But sometimes, again, I'm willing to just take the hickey in this until the first of the year comes. But when I see volume spikes like that, sometimes we might be close. But I am in no means recommending this thing. It's part of the drone group, which is doing great today, but it just has its own issues. And I asked my trading assistant, Grok, what's the problem? Too many dilutions, too many secondaries, not enough earnings. They spike on a headline, but then sell back off. So that's the downside. And again, if you guys aren't using ChatGPT or Grok as a trading assistant, when you have a question like that, you'd be amazed at the caliber of information you can get back. All right, now Bitcoin's starting to get a little fussy, huh? All right. More sellers in UAVS. But God, UMAC and ONDS, same group. Somebody actually had UAVS. That's how I found that list actually last night. I was going on X looking for what the hell is going on with UAVS. Should have just asked Grok, but I found a couple people did list it in their names to watch, but it's not really showing us anything. A lot of times I'll see a big sea of red come through here, but then what just happened was we just hit 45 minutes after the hour, and these are all 15 minutes. So it doesn't take much to trigger 15-minute highs and lows. I should turn that off, actually. I think I might turn that off and just keep 30. Yeah, because I'll turn the 15-minute off too. Got to be fair. Can't be biased. So this won't be as active. Every time a new 15-minute candle starts, you get a lot of green and red, and that's just a bunch of noise I don't want. We can go through this short squeeze list real quickly. ONDS, I've been in that one. Let's see. Again, these are all changed from the open. Sometimes you can find some names on here that aren't really ready today, but you can see something and then research it and then put it into your wheelhouse and keep it on top of mind awareness. AST. Oh, this is another one people liked. Ah, that's right. This was on the list too. Space Mobile. So they liked Rocket Labs and ASTS. I'm going to heart this so it gets into my wheelhouse. It goes into my liked symbols. I'm also going to heart RKLB, the other one they liked. These are just kind of the consensus Reddit choices for 26. Just put it on my radar and I'll figure out if I like it or not. So interesting, ASTS, didn't realize it had that big of a short. I got to put in price alert here. If I have any cash to play, I might have to consider if that price alert goes off tomorrow. UA, TripAdvisor, huh? Ugly. Oh, Lunar Intuitive Machines. What's this all about? Another one. Okay, I'm going to add this one too. So space exploration. We've got SpaceX coming public in 26. So I just added 3 aerospace stocks to my watch list for things to, consider and trade around and keep an eye on. And as a group. So there's a whole new group now in my mind. You got robotics, you got quants, you got nano nukes, AI. Now we've got space. Okay, Bitcoin wants to get back into its old. And by the way, this is what Bitcoin's been doing too. The same thing that silver and the silver miners are doing. And to me, it just means either accumulation or somebody's covering a short. But giant gap up yesterday, sell it off, grind. So it's kind of starting to behave like silver a little bit. But I'll tell you, it'd be ugly if this thing breaks down here and starts trading down lower. All bets are off. Doesn't matter what you think about crypto. The charts are telling you otherwise. Could you share the scan behind the SC positive market? Yes. So easy to set to, and for those that missed it, it's just, I reconfigured it to, Dan had it way high on the relative volume, and I don't think that's what I want to see. So I made relative volume normal. You could take that down if you want, but I at least want to see what are the normal stocks doing. 5 to 500 and new high, pre-market, post-market, and 30 minutes. So that means this thing will run pre-market, post-market, and it'll also look at 30-minute highs. And it kind of flashes, and the same for the other side, the red side, and it flashes the names across the bottom here. So you can literally click into the names if you're curious. And lastly, this tells the story. You know, after a half an hour or 30, 45 minutes after the open, take a look at this poll. And if you see like, you know, let's do it this way. If you see like more red than green, that gives you a general idea of where the pressure is. So with all that said, I can share this scan with the audience. And you guys can open that up as is. And put that to work. I'd like to see a nice big wiki tail on that Bitcoin, please. Again, if this ABT can't pull itself out of this grave here by the end of the day, I don't know if I'm going to keep it. It's getting real tight and condensed, though. You're welcome, KJ. Don't expect too much general market movement here today and probably, obviously, tomorrow, which Pepe reminded me is a full day. In my mind, I think I was already out at the practice range golf center. This ticker right here is the S&P 500. So when I start seeing things coming through with new highs, that's interesting. Does anybody have any questions before Barry comes back here pretty soon? I'm happy to look at whatever you want. Interesting. SLV is up more than PSLV, but PSLV is a physical fund, so that's tied to physical, but SLV has more, which means maybe this is the beginning of a possible screaming short squeeze, because that's where all the paper resides in the ETF. And as mentioned earlier, somebody was trying to guesstimate the short float in this SLV ETF could be as high as 50%, which I hope that's the case. If that's the case, we're in for some fireworks. Barry. Background.
Stephen, you would have been proud of me yesterday because I actually spent almost the entire day looking at SLV and various silver plays and shorting HYMC. And then, yeah, I mean,
Did you hear what I said about the possible speculation of the short
yes,
float in SLV?
yes, yes.
Yeah. Good.
I didn't quite get the PSLV. That's physical, and the SLV is just okay.
Yeah. And so what's interesting is SLV is starting to shoot higher on a percentage basis than the PSLV, the legitimate fund. So,
right.
So I think somebody's asking me about turn. I think it's pretty obvious. It just has to hold that 40 level, 39.50 there, where that 20 SMA is in red. if it breaks that, I probably wouldn't want to be in it. But also, it's a pharmaceutical, so it's news dependent for you, Stuart.
No relative volume today on that. Well, only
True.
0.31, so nothing really out of the ordinary happening with that one today. All right, my friend. Well, listen, I'm going to get back and take a look at that EKSO maybe for the rest of the day and see if I can find another way to trade that thing.
Look how it's holding on my 10 SMA there on my 15-minute chart, just holding it perfectly.
All right. All right. So listen, Happy New Year, and we'll see you next week.
See you next year.
Do you know if Dan is in tomorrow?
No, Dan is not in tomorrow.
Okay.
I wouldn't expect him. It'll be a miracle if he does. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Bye-bye.
Okay. See you next week. Bye-bye. Okay, just waiting for Steve to leave so I can grab the stage. Whoops. And one more thing to do. And well, look here. NU is starting to get me interested again. It's broken. Well, it's right at these three highs, 1, 2, 3 highs. So let's see if it has any continuation now. It's got a ton of room. 1771 or so is the next high. Looking left on the daily chart. So it's got some room. Start my music. Yes, I started my music. All right, guys. So the EKSO, I'm still holding out. I just have this feeling. I'm not going to buy it now, but I have this feeling that it's going to, get through 12 again, and maybe have a challenge at the high of the day. And remember, the next high is 14, almost $15. So and I have it thumbnailed, so I will certainly be aware of what's happening. Yeah, men's. We've talked about men's in the main room. I don't know if you're on YouTube, Steve. Oops, not mine's, but men's. Yeah, I mean, there's another one. I mean, 524. I have to. You know what I'll do? Have to take a look at this daily chart just a little more closely. 338. Yeah, so I mean, the next high in the daily chart is 423. So there is a little bit of room for this to run. I mean, it had a crazy week last week, getting up to $26 and then plummeting right back down to 3. So bit of a challenge. So let me show you guys my homepage one last time for the day. All the information you can find on, including scans and top lists and races, etc., that I'm sharing. I think you said 345-ish today, right, William? Okay, guys. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So promos. So Barry 28. If you use Barry 28, you'll get 28% off off a premium annual subscription. Okay, premium annual. Otherwise, you can use Barry 25. You'll get the first month off premium or standard subscription, or 25% off an annual subscription for standard. Okay. So 28% off a premium annual, 25% off a standard annual, and 25% off the first month only of standard or premium. If it doesn't make sense to you, just let me know. Okay. All I ask, please use my code. If you use my code, it helps to keep the rooms free, the YouTube room and the main room that I moderate. If you're in YouTube wondering about what I'm talking about, then we have another room called the trading room. It is free. More action in it, more interaction amongst traders. So if you're looking for a little more action amongst traders, you can come into this room. You can stay in YouTube if you want, of course. And if you keep scrolling down, I don't know if Steve probably would have talked about it. He is the originator of the Trades of the Week. So you can sign up for the Trade of the Week. It is delivered to you via email every Monday morning before the market opens. You sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder before you contact us, okay? And if you are, no, wait a minute. I got to go to the education section. So if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, click on the education section. And then right here, getting started with Trade Ideas, mandatory. That's the first thing you must do if you take out a subscription. 12 short videos to get you started. If you do not have the product and you're wondering about it, I would start off on that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just let us know and we won't maintain the subscription. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them, if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans and you've clicked on my homepage link, middle section right there. So here are the two races that you can see. The large cap gainers is here. The other race, which is just sort of a wide open race, is right here. Halts resumes down here. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and the pre-market actives down. And I have others. I do have the gap scan. I do have it on another monitor. The other ones I do not have up and running. I don't have the momentum scan or the Pepe combo scan or the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. But you can, of course, take a look at them and you can certainly ask me questions about them if you'd like. All right. How do you deliver those scans? I'm certain. So, Steve, you obviously are a subscriber to Trade. I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room. You are a subscriber to Trade Ideas. I'm assuming you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas. Yes, no. Okay, well, I'm going to assume you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas. So anybody who wants my scans, okay, let's just say you wanted, or the information, this is not technically a scan, this is a race. So let's just say you wanted the large cap gainers from the start of the race right here, this one right here, okay? So you see where it says open scan. So you click on that, you click on the open scan. And here is the link. The link is up here. So all you do is you go to the left and you drag your mouse, your pointer, highlight it right to the end. Once it's highlighted, Control C, that'll copy the link. Okay, so now the link is copied. And then you go up to the toolbar and click on File, Load from Cloud. So this step is put it into the cloud. Now you're going to load it from the cloud. And notice this box. If you've done it correctly, you should see the same string. So this ends in ADB3, ends in ADB3. So you know that is the correct string. And then you just load it, and you're done. Okay, now it's on your screen. And that's the same for any of the scans. Any one of the scans here. It's the same principle, okay? So Steve, did you get that in our YouTube room? And understand when you load any one of my scans, if you do it right now meaning 105 Eastern time, you're not going to see all what happened. Not remember these scans have been running for me since 9:30 a.m. Eastern time. So your scan will start to run whatever you take from me will start to run at the time you loaded it, which is now 105 p.m. Eastern time, okay? So HBM, I've sort of got interested in this one. I mean, this is the silver play, and a lot of the silver stocks have come all the way back. What's a mining? I shouldn't say. You know what? It is. It's a mining, but they do have precious metals. I think they're more typically copper and molybdenum and zinc. But usually with those metals, there are precious metals associated. I must have missed it. Recycled denim. Are you kidding me? SMX? Because it didn't hurt. Announces it. Announces expansion into denim and recycled denim to help fashion brands reduce excess stock and increase the verified recycled content. Well, that looks like something the world needs. Okay, algo frequency are pressure built layouts available on the cloud. I don't know what you mean by a pressure built. Previous built? Is that what you meant? Previous built layouts? I'm talking to algo frequency in our YouTube room. I don't have a layout but the reason I don't have a layout that I hand out is that a lot of people don't want everything on the layout. So, I sort of look at it this way. Pre-built. Okay, pre-built. Well, I mean, if you go into our toolbar, okay, if you see what I'm doing, pre-built. So if you click on new and then dock channel bar, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, these are all theme-based channels. So here's the quantum channel, with all the quants. Not not terribly interesting right now, but these are theme-based channels. Okay, you can take a look at them. Opening range breaks, blockchain, metals and mining. Metals and mining probably could be kind of interesting. Okay, so these are all pre-built channels. Call them layouts, if you will. Okay, and I don't share a layout. What I basically say, okay, listen, if you want this one, you can kind of pick a la carte what you might like from me. So again, if I went through this too quickly, just click on new from the toolbar, and then dock to channel bar, not channel bar, but dock to channel bar, dock to channel bar. And we have all these pre-built. Click on the show more. A bit of a lag going today. You know what I forgot? I've been forgetting to do. I'll have to start doing it again. Showing you another way in which you can use the program really and look at sectors. So I'm going to click on the sector status. Okay. I might have too many things open, but anyway, here's the sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the major sectors. So here's silver, XLE, energy, OIH. I'm not sure what that is, but gold. So here are some of the major sectors. So you can see what the top sector is right now, and that's silver. Okay, top top sector is silver, SLV. XLE, energy, and the next one. You can scroll down, but you can see that 64% of the sectors in this list are actually negative. Now, it doesn't mean that they're wildly negative. I mean, they just have to be down like, 0.0001% from yesterday's close. But this one right there, SMH, is down 3.6%. So this is the worst performing sector today, as an example. Okay. Now, you can also dive into not every one of these. We don't have every one of them, but take a look at financials as an example. Here's the financial sector. 80% of the stocks that make up XLV are down today. But so these are the ones that are up. But, if you scroll down, you can see what the worst one is. It's not terrible. It's down 1%. But you can kind of see the way here's energy. For instance, XLE energy, 90% of the stocks that make up energy, this sector, are up for the day. Top producer is 2.4, is Oxy, 2.5%. But I'd actually think it's maybe even more interesting. Find out what the worst one is and maybe find out why. So here's VLO. It's only down 0.9%. But for whatever reason, it is, it's not following the rest of the sector. So that's how you can kind of look at these, and you can see certainly the top performing stock in the sector, the worst performing stock, and it's I think there's an argument to be made that if that's all you did all day long, and just follow the sectors, look at the strongest sector, maybe looking at the strongest stock and the strongest sector, things like that. AFJK did not show up on the scan. Which scan are you talking about, W. Harrison? AFJK. AFJK. So are you talking about in the large cap gainers? Oh, Momo. Well, I don't have Momo up. So I can't tell you. I don't have it up and running. But one of the reasons might be you have to check the price range. This might be out of the price range that I've got for Momo. Might be. I don't know. I can't remember if I don't know if I put it 1 to 100 or what I'll do just for you is open it. Okay. There will be a reason. There will be a reason. Listen, there's no question that AFJK would have shown up somewhere. Okay. It would have probably shown up here. No, maybe no, would not show up here. Would not show up here because it's even though it's a low float and it's it's not a large cap stock, but it's outside the price range in here. Always use your reason. But give me a moment and I'll load the scan and I'll see for myself. I haven't had momentum scan up for a long time. Just trying to, whittle down all the things I want to look at. Okay. Okay. There's the reason right there. See the current volume? 20. So that's the reason right there. And relative volume is only 9. Now you can reduce it, of course, if you want, but that's the reason. I thought so, but I haven't had this scan up for a while. Okay. So again, like anything else, you can take my scans, you can adjust them to how you want to see things. If you think that's too excessive, you'll get more alerts. I think that the reason I put it at 20 is because I was getting so many alerts. I like it too. Don't get me wrong. I like it, but I just found that I was, just getting overwhelmed by, there's other things I wanted to see. So I had to pick and choose and say, okay, sorry, Momo. Now, next month, maybe I bring it back and get rid of something else. And if you're saying, and if people are saying, well, why don't we just leave them all up? Well, that can be the problem. You have so much coming at you, you'll click like mad and get nothing done. All right, guys. Well, how is our EXO doing? Will it do what I think it could do later on? Getting a little more iffy. I thought it would be, I wanted to hold near 12, just underneath 12, but you never know, because of the float and you get volume pouring in. So what I'm going to do now is put a price alert around 11.93. I want to see if it gets close to 12 again. Um, can you put the cloud link in for your race because it might be? Remember now. Let me duplicate this. So in the based on, what is it based on? I'm basing this as the change from the open. Okay, this is what this is based on. So what are you basing your? Or you're saying there are stocks showing up in the race that are not in the top list window? Is that what you mean? Percolator sort. Okay. Now, of course, that must be some kind of a custom formula for you, right? I'm assuming you can base a race on that. I've never tried. I've never used a custom formula to base a race on, but what is the problem exactly? Are you saying that you are getting stocks? I see AGRZ at the top, and I see. So you're sorting on that percolator sort. Of course, that's a custom formula, isn't it? Sometimes it's tricky. Did you try to mess around with the descending and ascending? Maybe. Maybe. I know I've had issues when I've been looking at. I mean, this is a very simple race. It always works. I mean, it always works the way I think it's going to work. But I remember having a race where I was looking at stocks moving down for the day, like large cap losers, and it didn't seem to sort the way I thought it would sort. So you might want to just try this. Otherwise, I don't know how I can help you. I mean, it doesn't make sense. I know to change it. I remember Pepe. We looked at that a while ago when I had a top, like when I had a biggest losers from the start of the race, and it didn't seem to give me what I was looking for exactly. Well, for instance, the change from the open. Okay, the open meaning the start of the race. Okay, the start of the race changing, like the open of the race. This is what I want. Try it. See what happens. Try it. Just see what happens if it starts giving. I mean, I have to admit, I this is all I've ever done with the races. Okay, I just want to see the stock that is moving the most in that list of stocks. What has changed the most from the start of the race? Haven't tried any other variation. I know Chris Farley has, but I don't know if he still. I know he used to one. I think he used to try to run one on the volatility change, relative volume change. They use the delta. Yeah, the change. The change. Sort on delta value. Yeah. You know what? I don't even know what these other ones mean, really. I've never really, this, I don't know. I don't know the total. I really don't know. I have, I've used the races. This is the only two races I've ever constructed. Okay. And I just, the delta value, the change, that's all I care about. So I have to admit, maybe in the guide, maybe in the TI stock racing, maybe it goes into a lot more detail. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I really, yeah, I've used it in its most basic sense, I suppose. So L Benson, that was from the toolbar. Okay, so if you can hear, I'm talking to L Benson in our YouTube room. So if you click on New from the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then click on Docked Channel Bar. Okay, the Docked Channel Bar. So you're asking about that sector status. Okay, so here's your channel bar. These are all theme-based channels. Click on the Show More and scroll down and hit sector status. That's what you're looking for. Okay. So I don't. There's no cloud link. It's just in the channel. Thank you, Pepe. There's no good reason to use anything but. So why do they complicate it and give us all these different options? Yeah, I think sometimes we have overkill on all the options that we've got. Well, oh, I'm reading your post from yesterday about the rare. I thought, William. All right, guys, what time is it now? 1:25. So I might have another 30 minutes, 30 or 40 minutes left. Longer if there are questions. Oops. It should be. I mean, I know I'm hedging my bets on this one. Now, you're asking is E-Trade supported on the money machine? I mean, it should be E-Trade, Interactive Brokers, Alpaca, and soon to be TradeStation. The problem with E-Trade would be if you start taking trades right off the bat, like at 9:30, because I think E-Trade, and they make no bones about it, you it gets overwhelmed or something in the first 10 minutes. And so to try to use the money machine, first of all, you know the money machine is not available yet at all for live trading. But I think to use E-Trade and the money machine in the first 10 or 15 minutes might be a real challenge, from what I understand. I've never had, and it's nothing to do with us. It's just E-Trade, just doesn't like to have that ton of data coming at them in the first 10 minutes, I guess. So in theory, is it supported? Yes. So I suppose there'd be if you're going to use E-Trade, if the money machine ever becomes available, to trade live, I probably, if you had E-Trade, I would probably, delay it for 15 minutes or something at the beginning of the day. And again, it's got nothing to do with us. It's all to do with E-Trade. Well, the money machine is something that's been in test mode for almost well, probably almost a year and a half. Oh, it's not live yet. Well, we have no idea when I hit the. I'll say it. I mean, when or if it's going to go live. I mean, it needs more testing. It's been in simulation mode for quite a while now. You can use it. You need our premium service to try it out. Oh no. But the money machine, in theory, would be something like this. Okay, you've got a tree map, and it takes the top three symbols. I mean, this is in theory. Takes the top three symbols and it trades them, and then if the trade is still working, it'll keep in the trade. But if one of those symbols drops to a certain level, It'll get out and take the next one in the list and on and on and on, over and over and over again all day long. I don't want to call it Holly 2.0 or 1.0. I don't even know how I would brand it. But let's face it. I mean, we've had it in. Dan will not be in our YouTube room tomorrow. He's been doing Wednesdays between 12 and 1, but he will not be there. But next week he'll be there, and you can ask him questions about it and see at what stage we're at. Well, some have said they've had, like William always tells me, there's a problem with E-Trade early in the morning, like in the first 10 minutes, where there can be a problem filling orders and something rapidly. So, I mean, if you go to Brokerage Plus, you can kind of see it in action. I mean, I could never use it because a couple of reasons. You do need a commission-free broker, okay, to be able to use it effectively because you could be taking many, many trades all day long. So you need a commission-free broker. And in Canada, yes, I have IB, but not commission-free. And IB commission-free cannot be used because it's more web-based or it's a different API or something. I don't know. So it looks like I know they're really working with Alpaca and TradeStation is sort of the next one that they're really working with. But you have to be paying attention to it. Originally they were really hoping that what you could do is it would take the trade, it would exit the trade, take the trade all automatically. It is just really hard to figure out an exit without doing it manually. Okay. So, I mean, money machine, start the money machine. I haven't used it for so long. Well, I even tried because I can't use it. I can't use it. I'd have to be paying attention to this all day long, and I don't want to do that. This is not it. So we would take these. I mean, in theory, it would take MENS, Yuli, and NBY, I believe, and it just open these positions, and then if this started to drop to a certain point, you'll exit the trade, and then you'll take the next one in the list. Something like that, okay? I mean, it's very, you really need to understand trading. It's not for people that have no experience trading. All right, well, some have had problems, I guess. That's all, because we've noticed, now are you, like, how many orders are you trying to use Brokers Plus and E-Trade with at the beginning, Ozzy? 'Cause we're talking about, like, flooding, you wanna put 4 or 5 trades in right at the beginning, no problem? Like, right at 9:30? Well, guys, it looks like I'm gonna get knocked out of new again, NU. I had higher hopes for it, but I took that trade again. I did wait to the 1708 this time, but looked like it was going to, move a little bit. I was looking for maybe 20 or 30 cents, but it doesn't look like it's going to do it. So I'm oot of that one. Yes, I said oot on purpose. Guys, I mean, I'm telling you, EKSO, it just has, to me, it's just kind of got that look. It looks like it's trying, it's sort of basing. I wish we were a little closer to 12, but if we ever get some volume coming in, pops through 12, it could take a look at the high of the day, which is 1270, and it still has room. When you look left, it still has room. All right, guys. Well, just doing really nothing now. Just kind of watching that EXO to see if it really has a burst through 12 later on. That's about it. That's all I'm really focused on right now. Okay, CETX is trying to curl a little bit here, but it's a messy trader. It's pretty messy in my opinion, but it is trying to curl up. There's the VWAP is up here, $3, so probably too close, unless you really are convinced it's going to take out the VWAP. Did they really? You're right. But they rose after the direct offering. They rose $2 million worth at 265. Is that where they did it? Or at 225? 225. And it actually rose from there. Interesting. In a big way. Not raising too much money, but it's like they're being rewarded for that. And that was at 11:30, right? Or 12:30? 12. 12 o'clock. Just looking, trying to find the new. Was the first 12 o'clock? 12 o'clock. Yeah. So it looked like at noon. That's when they announced it. So what happened at noon? Aha. So at noon they announced it. Boom, it went down. So that was the big drop. But it has come almost all the way back. Now at 2 o'clock we do have the FOMC. It's just minutes. No presser at 2:30. I don't think there's going to be anything out of the ordinary in the minutes. Yeah, that's why I'll hang around to, well, I will certainly hang around to 2 anyway, but I'll put a SPY chart up, a 1 minute SPY chart up, just to see if there's any fireworks. FMC. Okay, another one just over the whole number. Let's take a look at this one, see if there's anything interesting about this one. A little disappointed in the ones that I've seen in the large cappers that are just over the whole number and have room. They just haven't really moved. This daily chart right there, 14.15. So that is the next high looking left. On a weekly chart, a ton of room. $30. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but just give me a moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah, I'm just a little disappointed in these large cappers that have just gone a little bit above the whole number, had some room, but just not really moving the direction I want anyway. Would you know this one is starting to move a little bit? FMC. I mean, the next high is 14.15, I believe, 14.15. So it's right there. It's on the daily chart. Obviously, on a week, you know what? I better take a look at these weekly candles. Well, there's one at 14.29, one at 14.48, one at 14.50. So there's between the current price and 14.15, there's areas where it could stop. What I'm going to do is I'm not, I doubt if it's going to happen today. It may never happen, but I want to put a price alert at 15 for this FMC. Why would I do that? Because look at this weekly chart. I can't remember what happened here, but this week it was at 30.57 and it collapsed all the way down to 14, got cut in half. So maybe if it looks like it's trying, well, it's basing. I mean, this is not. I would not say this is trying to come back. Not yet, anyway. But there's no harm in putting a price alert in that area, and sometime in the future, if it hits it, we'll see what it's looking like. You know what? I don't think the EXO doesn't look good now, guys. EKSO. Hard to give it up too much, in my opinion. Probably would have nothing to do with FOMC, William, but you're right. I mean, to be on the safe side, I guess. These stocks that are they're really just trading on their own. But your system is calling for a bounce in EXO. Okay, let's take a look at EXO just to see if there's anything that maybe the VWAP is the VWAP. No, the VWAP is still way down here. Not shortable for me. Yeah, this is really starting to give it up. Now, things that could be affected, silver, gold, things like that, I suppose they could get affected. Not sure what's happening here. This might have been part of the money machine or something. I think, yeah, it's probably the money machine is taking these things. Let me stop it. Yeah, you can see right here. So let me stop this. Just give me a moment, please. Remember, when we're looking at the sectors, and we're looking at XLE, the energy sector. This was the leading one. OXY was the leading one. Right. EKSO is really starting to give it up. Yeah, these sort of stocks, depending on what is released in the minutes, these are the sort of stocks that can be affected. The larger cap stocks. These ones probably not at all. So there's men's just under 4 now. Well, it is way down there. The VWAP for EXO was underneath, I thought underneath 10. It's right at 10. So I mean, it's approaching it. And listen, anything is possible. That's a pretty big pullback though, from 12 down to 10. Hmm. All right, guys, we had 11 minutes till 2 o'clock. So a little less than 11 minutes to 2 o'clock. And then I'll get a SPY 1 minute chart up and we'll take a look and see what happens. Well, we've got 10:05, and if I look at yeah, we're about the same. I mean, I don't know. My line on the chart is 10:10. Okay, this is, I guess, without the pre-market data, 10:05. So I mean, we're in the ballpark. You have 10:16. I'm just trying to eyeball this. It's about 10:11 or so. I always look at it. It's just it's an area. Suspected spam. Bye bye. William. So I see that. Okay, B triple U. This was just resumed, guys. The Boo Group. What do they do? Holding company, design, planning, and production of face-to-face events. That's what we should do. Face-to-face, guys. Maybe in June. Do a little face-to-face event. Get to see what all you guys look like. Open bar would bring the crowd, right? Obviously from the great state of Ohio, Mr. Buckeye. I'm assuming anyway. All right, guys. Well, 8 minutes or so, and not 7 minutes right now. Well, it looks like it's trying to put a little base in here, I mean, but you're still a little bit above the VWAP. So again, disclose a non-binding term sheet with Applied Digital, a non-binding term sheet. So I guess there's always the threat that it doesn't happen. HUIZ, HUIZ, that just got halted because of volatility. Down. Look at FTCB. Okay, sure. I don't see if it is. You talking about in the profile, the business summary? Yeah, I don't know why. It's an ETF. It's an ETF. At least that's what we have it as, an ETF. So you usually just get company profile. First core investment grade ETF. I mean, that's all I'm just reading what they call themselves. First trust core investment grade ETF. Tomorrow is a full day, yes. But for all ETFs, we have nothing in the profile. Be interesting to see what happens with this one tomorrow. Silver. See if it actually has another. There's the high right there. That's the all-time high for SLV right up here. See if it gets back up to that level. And I don't think if you type it in FT. Yeah, I mean, it's not going to give you any more information. I mean, the first trust exchange traded fund for first trust core investment grade ETF. There you go. Oh, well, there's your. Oh, sorry, guys, I got excited there. I have an NU as a thumbnail chart. My other monitor. I thought that pop was the pop for EKSO, but no. No, there's no way in the world they're going to announce a rate cut. No way. Famous last words. Okay, guys, EKSO. Well, William, your little bounce magic machine looked pretty good. What failed? Really? How did that fail? Unless it was earlier. Oh, I see. When it was first at 11. Oh, I see. Up here. Okay. No, FOMC is today. Yes, Barry. Just the minutes. No presser. So we are talking. Okay. Well, let's do this. Symbol linking. Change it to a 1 minute time frame. And we'll just see if there's any. Yeah, minutes are usually nothing, but you never know. It's just fun to put it up. Well, we have we have it at around 10:11. That purple line is the VWAP. That's what I have. Others are saying slightly different, but that's what I have. All right, guys. So usually you get it some kind of a bar action, but Well, doesn't look like. Well, William said he had one at 10:16, and I'm looking here, and this is around 10, 10:12. And I mean, it changes, of course. And then this one here is, I think, without pre-market volume. All right, nothing to see here, really, guys. Okay. Boy, I'm getting tempted on the EKSO. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know why there's, I mean, I understand why there'd be a difference in the VWAP if you include pre-market data, which I think you should, because I mean, a stock like this had a lot of volume in the pre-market. So why would you not want to include that as part of the VWAP? This is about the most muted reaction that I can remember. I mean, even though it's just the minutes, usually there's, a little spike up, a little spike down, but this is the most muted reaction I can remember. All right, guys. Well, listen, it is now 2:03, so I'm getting sort of set to wrap this up on my end. William is going to keep the room open. I think you said till 11 or 11:45, 3:45 ish. Okay. So if you have questions, I can still hang around for questions. Otherwise, I will take off. What I'm going to do in our YouTube room is just put the link to get into the main room. So if you still want to talk stocks with other traders, you can do so. Just click on my homepage link. Click on my homepage link. This is for the people in YouTube, and right here, trading room. Okay, because I have to shut YouTube down when I leave. So here's an opportunity to come into the trading room. It's free. Okay, guys, I don't see any. VRCA. It's a very late one from our AI. We don't normally have them this late. Interesting, but it's a short. It's a short suggestion. Okay, guys, I'm going to take off now. Obi will open the main room. Obi will open the main room at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. We'll open YouTube at about 8:30. Get on the mic for both of the rooms at 9 o'clock. So have a great evening, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm muting myself now. I'll keep my screen display. I don't think I really have to do screen surfing. I mean, this at least gives some movement. Okay, I don't really want to do surfing.